Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the Yamhill County Budget Committee meetings. This morning, we're going to start off with, we have 2 more budgets to go through before we get into our deliberation and budget approval. We're going to start off with admin and then get into the commissioner budget.
Yeah, so the
Kent,
page,
want to kick us off?
yeah, so the page we're going to be on is page 214. We'll start there. The actual budget numbers start on page 215. So what we have here is the administrative services budget. What's included in this budget is our admin team, my position, human resources, payroll. What else am I forgetting? It's basically our central services, but a majority of the personnel that's in here, it's going to be split between HR and finance. So as far as the revenues, and I'm going to, Justin, you put this one together, so we'll kind of bounce back and forth. But so for the revenue side of things, a majority of the funds that come in, it's split. We do charge an admin overhead to non-general fund departments. You may have seen that for the various presentations that we had. And then also with general fund monies that come in. So not really that intricate. It's a majority of the funds are split between those 2 revenues. And then some small amounts that we get from YCOM because we provide payroll, HR, and some budget related consultation to YCOM and support. And we also do their payroll and benefit administration. And so YCOM pays us for that. We also get a portion of, you might remember from Derek's presentation, the CAFA grant. You know, there's a portion that comes into this fund for that. Again, that's for the accounting functions, HR functions, in support of that effort. Any questions on the revenues? So as far as personnel goes, I think the biggest thing that I would highlight that's going to be a change from previous, the previous year's budget is based on conversations that we had in a work session with the Board of Commissioners. This also includes funding for and you'll see it reflected in the organization chart that's in here as well, adding a second deputy county administrator that also has a little bit different function than Justin's current position. So we'd have one position that's focused on ops and the other position is focused on labor relations and as a public information officer. And I know there were questions about that. We built that into the budget as is, and it's here. You'll see it. The 0.8 of that position is, or no, the 1.5, because Justin's position is split between this fund. So half of Justin's position is here. The other is in Fund 440 and in Fund 680. And then you'll see a full-time, so you'll see it reflected with the 1.5 FTEs that are in here.
The other addition is the 0.5 for the program supervisor.
Correct. And that's another one. That's a reclassification request that we're making with some of the reorganization. You'll also see that in the commissioner's budget is adding a supervisor position, which is a reclassification of one of our current staff, and to help better support the commissioners and the day-to-day office functions for the office. So that is adding a supervisor that's going to oversee, and we're doing some reorganization on some of the direct reports So this position will oversee the law librarian, the mailroom, and the Board of Commissioners support staff.
Ken, can you go over each one of these positions with a little bit of an explanation of what they do? Because,
Sure,
and in terms of Carolina's reclassification,
that's
we're,
the program
right,
supervisor.
okay.
Yep.
So yeah, each one of these would be helpful.
So the first one is the finance manager. That's Mike Barnhart. The program supervisor, that's the reclass that I was mentioning. The senior management analyst, that's currently our grants and special projects coordinator, manager. The management analyst position is an HR analyst, but by the classification titles, management analyst, that's one of our HR team. That's Megan. She oversees leaves and predominantly leaves and a whole variety of other HR functions. You have the executive office specialist. That's by classification. That's actually an HR specialist that she handles all of our recruitments and also does onboarding, new employee orientations, things like that. The personnel officer, risk manager, that is the HR manager. And you'll be seeing Patricia a little bit, here shortly for the compensation committee. The two data analysts, those are our payroll positions. And we have, really streamlined. We have two payroll positions to support, 700 plus employees. The county administrator, that is my position. And then the deputy county administrator, the 1.5 FTEs. So half of that is Justin. And then the other one is the proposed addition. The assistant finance manager, that's Tara. And then when we get further down, the ones where we have FTEs, the office specialist 2 is our mailroom clerk, and that position also provides some HR support. The accounting technician 1, when we have 2 positions there, that is our accounts payable and accounts receivable clerks. And did I skip over the senior accounting clerk, which is also a finance position?
Ken, do you remember when you were in charge of HR, how many were in your department?
Oh my gosh. There was 3 of us, but it was like 2.5 FTE.
So basically 2.5 positions and you, or including you.
That included me.
And what do we have now in HR?
In HR, we have the manager, we have the risk manager, we have the management, the HR analysts. So we have 3, 4, Megan, McKaylee, Patricia, and Krista, 4.
Okay. Things have gotten a whole lot more complicated in our HR land since you were there.
Oh, we could.
Use
Well,
another person.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I'm looking at Patricia and, yes.
okay, thank you.
I would say that we run a very, we'll call it streamlined and efficient.
Lean.
I won't say understaffed, but there are times depending on what's happening. Because especially in HR and payroll and finance as well, there is so many. Seems like anytime there's always new legislation, new case law, collective bargaining agreement issues, labor issues, investigation. There's a lot of new things that are constantly coming down the pike. We're always really scrambling we're very reactive instead of being proactive in a lot of these areas. And there's so many changes that come down and the work does snowball. And our HR and payroll teams it's an understatement, about how hard they work.
And it doesn't go unnoticed
Yeah.
how early their cars are parked there in the morning either.
Or
Correct.
late at
And
night.
late.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's very busy. We
Mhm.
have, you know, 5 collective bargaining agreements. It seems like we're always in a constant state of negotiation, for successor agreements,
Yeah.
with such a diverse workforce and a large workforce, we deal with a multitude of issues that, you know, just like any other employer is going to be dealing with onboarding, offboarding, leaves, protected leaves. The addition of the paid leave Oregon has added an additional complication. Workers' comp, benefit renewals, just constant changes in the laws and new requirements that, you know, I'll just say it's, even from the time that I was in HR, you know, it's a position that, you know, I kept my head above water because I'm a workaholic. And so I was always here. And so we have over the years made some investments to bring in some more personnel to support those. But honestly, we're still, every time we feel like we take one step forward, something new comes down and it's like, okay, we're scrambling to try to keep pace with that. With all the changes around protected leaves and some of these other things, we see a lot of leave utilization, a lot of access to leave, and it's difficult to process and manage and monitor. And then, you know, payroll and, you know, what further complicated thing over the last few years is because we've talked a lot about the Oracle ERP project and that whole conversion. That has been also a heavy lift as well, because just looking at our legacy system, we had it in place since 1996. So we're basically replacing our central nervous system that handles all of our AR, AP, accounting, how we process payroll, personnel actions, HCM, onboarding, offboarding, budget, you know, replacing that. And so everyone who's on here in the HR and payroll and admin teams have been for the last 3 years taking on, in addition to the just day-to-day, has also taken on this project implementation, and which has resulted in some new processes. We've seen some areas where we think once we're fully implemented that we'll have some refinement and maybe some time saving that will come in versus some of the downside with our legacy system. But yeah, I won't belabor it too much, but we do the best we can, and everybody, you know, the whole team does an amazing job every single day and works really hard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, you know, my concern, I guess it's twofold. One is that they're overloaded and I don't want to lose anybody. You know, we've got a great team and I don't want them to become so just swamped that and feeling like they have no support.
Mhm.
And I do think that understaffing in HR can cost us later, for sure.
Sure.
Based on just, you know, if we don't have the capacity to manage everything.
Mhm.
So it could end up costing us in the long run anyway.
And then I know Patricia has been under a lot of pressure, as everybody in HR. There's just more and more and more and more and more. And we do have a great staff. And, you know, when you put that on the back of people who do work long hours, we make the assumption that, I mean, not everybody works like that. So we make the assumption that it can be done because it is being done. And I think we have to remember not to be doing that to people. I always nag Ken about that. And we know you're under the same pressure, and you guys in finance, especially with, you know, the changes you've had to address software wise. So just know that we know what you're doing.
We know what you're doing.
We know what you're doing.
So what, the management analyst is HR?
Yes.
Is that-
40132, that management analyst is an HR analyst.
4142 is HR.
Correct.
40143 is HR, and where, remind me where the other half of that comes from?
The other half of that position is in Fund 680, the risk reserve, because
Risk
that's
reserve.
where the additional HR FTE is over in the insurance reserve that I went over yesterday.
Okay, and what's the fourth position for HR?
That's the other one that's in Fund 680. It's not in this budget. We
Oh,
pay for
okay.
McKaylee. The risk management position is fully funded in insurance reserve.
Okay, so if we were to look at adding somebody, what would that be?
Well, if we were going to add something, what I haven't put much, we didn't have. If there was direction to look at that position, what I'd probably do is then take that direction, sit down with the HR team and with Justin, because Justin oversees HR, and with Patricia, and we would sit down and pencil out, where is there a specific need and how would we
You're
create that
suggesting
position.
adding an HR person in addition to what's in the budget?
Mhm.
I think we need to look at what's in the budget. I know our office, our administrative services has grown. I think it's a little difficult for us to ask other departments when we're facing a layoff in the sheriff's office and while we're growing positions. I think the board's been very clear about the fact that our administrator has been working first person here in the morning, last person out at night, and this job has expanded to something which is completely untenable for one person. Our business services person, now our deputy administrator, is dealing with more and more of now we've got to look at different facility. Now we've got to deal with in all of the internal business. So we recognize these jobs have really gotten to be more than one person can handle. So I think it's defensible that our administrator have another body, not only in terms of succession, if for instance, Ken was just out due to family situation, what happens, to the rest of the operation? So having a deputy is really important. So I think that position, since we funded it last time, but I also think that we need to look at bolstering HR and also look at what the sheriff is facing. I would recommend that we eliminate the senior management analyst in our department. That's a grant writer for almost $92,000, and really strengthen what's going on in HR, or make sure that Office of Emergency Management is shored up. We cannot be losing anybody in the sheriff's office. So I think that we've got to look at clean our own house first. And I don't think we need a in-house grants person. I know AOC contracts out, and I think we can do it for a whole lot less. So I think that's where we're going to have to triage the most important and the most critical services. So that's a recommendation I'm going to make.
My experience in the past, and I've handled a lot of grants, is that we've always had outside grant writers because they kind of pay for themselves. In a lot of cases, you don't actually have to pay for the grant writer unless they get the grant. It's pay for performance. So it's inside the scope of the grant, the fee for the service. And in my experience is different than this, but sometimes we would get 2 or 3 grants coming in at the same time. That's very difficult for one person to focus on quality product when they're stretching against multiple objectives. And having outside services, you can literally hire a dedicated person for each grant. And in a lot of cases, you can hire people that are working, excuse me, in that particular sector. So they have the expertise that you need for that particular grant, because they're doing them for other people also.
Plus our economic development manager, in her job description, it's grant writing and managing. So I think since that is paid for by video lottery dollars, that's not coming out of our budget. That's already a position that is capable of doing that. And I think we need to really look at how we can use the positions that are paid for with outside funds, state funds.
So
Jen.
you're saying we have somebody on staff right now that is being paid outside of budget, essentially.
No. This is somebody that is being paid for in our budget. We have an economic development manager that gets paid with state video.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
We have somebody else that's being paid outside of our budget that could do the same thing essentially as what we're paying 92,000.
Yes.
Okay.
On the insurance reserve, the senior management analyst, that was McKaylee's position.
Yeah, in Fund 680. Yeah, it's the same classification, but she's an senior HR analyst.
While the sheriff is here, I just want to ask real quick. I just want to make sure you are only looking at cutting one position. That's one position in your add back and that's the emergency management.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, we've got lots of places that $92,000 can go that is critical and it's not redundant.
So as far as a point of, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, was that, so the sheriff's position, did you say that was on the add back list or?
It is.
Okay.
And so what I would probably recommend, what I was going to say is a point of process is I've made a note of your request
Mhm.
on the deliberation list. And what we could do is, when we finish presenting the budgets and we go through compensation committee and we come back in to deliberate, and then we can have the further discussion there.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the summary. Um,
Kind of late in the game for me to ask this, Ken, since we've gone through the budget essentially, but just for clarification, do you have a process of balancing revenue against personnel expenses and other overhead costs? Is there a review process that goes on prior to this or?
Yeah, I would say that process that we go through is when we're doing that throughout, because like if you look at the numbers, the version 10, where you look at the columns, when we first start building budgets and entering budgets, working with departments and doing the admin review, we're doing that very thing. We're looking at all of our current year-to-date revenues. We're looking at projecting what we're going to be at year end. That's all part of this process pretty early on when we kick off, when we issue budget instructions in January is when we start doing that, a lot of that analysis.
The reason I ask is because, if revenue is growing at, like in this case, 9%, but personnel is growing at 13%, that might be okay for 1 year.
Right.
But it's got a compounding effect. And if your personnel expenses are growing year after year, incrementally 2 or 3% beyond your revenue expenses, you pretty soon are going to be upside down and you won't be able to go backwards fast enough to catch that.
I would say, the one thing that kind of skews when you look at it from the 35,000 foot level is the hard part when you're looking at that revenue growth and that expense growth. The reason we have to get a little more finite with our review at the department level is because not all revenues are the same that are coming in. Because I think if you look at, I'm going to pick on HHS. On the other hand, we have seen the state grant and aid, we've seen funds, we've seen funding become available, and we've also struggled. The personnel costs, the costs for the positions are up, but then we've had difficulty filling some positions. So it kind of skews the overall budget. And when you start, where it becomes more glaring is when you get into the general fund departments that, like the assessor's office or the clerk. Well, the clerk doesn't have a huge general fund, but a lot of them that are the DA's office, the sheriff's office, that are really heavily reliant, that's where it becomes more concerning, because I think that gap is even worse than what the overall revenue
Right.
picture shows. And because it's that discretionary fund, you know, we don't have a diversity of revenue that's coming into some of those funds. And so, you know, that's why we kind of have to kind of carve it up and compartmentalize some things, because we really have to look at that general fund revenue or general fund heavy departments, and we look at those escalating personnel costs. And we know that while Derek's team is doing an outstanding job, but there's a lot of things that are outside of our control as far as what the actual revenue is going to look like. And so I don't know if that answered your question, but we do that analysis
Yeah,
down to the
I'm
base
just,
level.
I'm just wondering if somebody's watching the ratios between revenue growth and labor and also other expenses, you know,
Right.
because if they're not balanced,
Right.
like I said, in 2-3 years, pretty soon the compounding effect will catch
Right.
up with you and you're going to be upside down, and
Yeah.
then that's an ugly scenario.
And we're in a difficult situation when it comes to that, because at the same time, I also want to be competitive and want to be able to hire the best staff.
Sure.
And when we go into this, and so, you know, you end up with the argument, because we don't have an infinite amount of revenue resources to rely upon. So then we have to find that magic balance of, well, how do we make sure that all of our wages and our benefit packages and everything are competitive to recruit and retain folks, but then also keeping an eye on the long-term health that we can sustain
Yeah.
supporting those positions. And-
Regretfully, it usually just turns out that you have less personnel.
Correct.
So
But great questions. So, and then, so that was it for personnel, central supplies. No major changes in that, and held pretty flat with, you know, that's just to keep the lights on and being able to, for all the costs that we have. I don't know if there's any questions about any of the other costs for admin. I know,
Material services.
yeah, this was pretty close. Grew 9%.
Where are the, like, when we go to conferences or if we host an AOC, you know, district meeting or something, is that all in our budget?
if it's for the commissioners, that's gonna be in the commissioner's
Okay.
budget. And I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that has this, but it looks like there was a little bit of a printing issue. Page 217 and page 218 are exactly the same. So my apologies for the duplicate there. So is there any other questions on?
Sorry, Ken, on 61202 schools and conferences, that's
Mhm.
4,000. Who is that?
That is for all the admin team. That's what we have available. That should HR need to go to a training, should payroll need to go to training, conferences, things like that. Professional development that we have for our teams.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions on admin, there's a couple smaller ones that I realized that I skipped over. These are going to take like 5 seconds. Page 221. This is our general transfers, general fund transfers. We talked about before, you know, that non-general fund departments, we take tax, you know, as part of their allocation from discretionary, we make those transfers to the special revenue. So this shows all the transfers that are going to HHS, to maintenance and Fund 440, and then to the misdemeanor supervision, we need to get that label corrected, Mike. That's not juvenile justice, that's community justice. But that 242,000 is the general fund that goes to Jessica's budget. You heard her presentation yesterday for misdemeanor supervision. So these are all the transfers that come out of the Fund 110 to the special revenue funds. Page 223 is typically where I would budget a contingency. And I mentioned before, there's two reasons that we budget for a contingency. One, to ensure that we have funds available should there be an emergency and we have emergency funds. But we also have to budget this amount based on history. We haven't had to utilize this contingency fund very much in the last 5 or 6 years. And there are limitations to accessing and spending funds out of your contingency. There's some Oregon budget law limitations on how much you can spend of a contingency. So for this year, you're going to see something that's twofold. One, because we don't necessarily, like I shared before when we went over 1002, we don't have a lot of funds there to then budget a contingency. My recommendation is not to budget a contingency here, but to hold $200,000 in 1002 in an expense line, and that will essentially work as a contingency fund for next year. Same amount, we just won't put it in a contingency fund. It gives us a little more flexibility to access that if need be. But typically, we've always put $200,000 here, and I'm proposing to not budget a contingency for this year.
Is that the other expense in 1002?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and the final budget before compensation committee is page 225. And this is the what we call the county commissioner's budget. This is the budget that supports the commissioner's office. So much like admin, the revenues for this, we do charge an admin overhead to non-general fund departments. We have some beginning balance funds, and then the rest is general fund, is the revenue that comes into this. Would you like me to go through the positions like I did last time for admin for this one? I'm happy to do that.
Oh, maybe for these guys.
So when we get into personnel, you have the 3 county commissioners. I will say that what we budget in here is what the compensation committee and the budget committee approves, the budgeted rate, but also know that it's up to individual commissioners if there's an increase approved. If they don't accept that, if they accept it or not, that's a personal decision, but we still budget the full amount just in case a new commissioner, were to come into office or any changes with that the salary is set per the direction of the compensation committee and board.
So that, in other words, over the years, the compensation committee has approved different raises. So those just that amount keeps being added every year, even though.
No, what I'm saying is I'm trying to think the last time an increase was approved. So a few years ago, I believe there was like a 3% increase that was approved by the compensation committee, and it was approved by the board. It was probably longer than 3 years ago.
I don't think we've had one since I've been here.
Right.
So
So maybe it was 5 years ago.
Well,
There, at one point, there was an increase approved, but
right.
what I'm saying is that that salary that was approved and not all of the commissioners took that approval. And the dollar amount that I budget for is the full amount, because anytime when Commissioner Johnston came into office, you got the approved rate.
Got it.
That has been set, because that's the salary that's been set.
Okay.
so
if-
we're all making different salary rates.
2 out of the 3 are making the same salary. So
So it
Mary
depends on when we come
hasn't, Commissioner Starrett hasn't accepted any of the increases, so she is the one who's not making the full amount that was approved 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
But Commissioner Johnston and Bershauer came in at the rate that was the rate
Prior
set
set.
for a commissioner at the time they came in.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So it's, the
Well, is
rate
it a
is
big
set by the
difference?
committee, but because you weren't here to, where if the compensation committee goes through the exercise and let's just say approves an increase to the board, it is up to the individual commissioner on whether or not you want to accept that or not.
Right.
But I still have to, because that's what was approved. I budget for that full amount, and anyone who's new that comes into office gets that amount because that's the amount that was approved.
So is it a large difference? I mean,
I don't have the exact numbers in
I
front of
think it's
me.
actually I was trying to look it up. I think it's in the actual back of the manual here under compensation.
I have my
committee.
pay slip, so I know what we're making at least.
Without me looking it up, yeah,
It's not a
It's
lot,
not a big difference.
No.
It's-
not even. It's just a
Yeah,
couple of
it's-
I
grand.
want to say it was like a 3% increase the last time anything was approved, so.
And it has a rate chart that shows the differences between each of the
County,
county.
okay.
which is very interesting because there's a wide spread.
Well, you're gonna see that presentation here shortly when we adjourn, or recess from budget
Sorry, I'm
committee.
jumping ahead of this.
Yeah, but you're gonna be, Patricia's gonna be presenting that same report, but updated to reflect the comp study that she did to prepare for this morning.
Okay,
So
Oh.
you're gonna be receiving that shortly.
But that's probably, the table's probably based on the current rate of
Correct,
78.
correct.
Okay. Okay. And then commissioners too, depending on, because we don't really know what each of us do individually. We don't get together and talk about it. So
Right.
commissioners cost different things based on benefits, whether or not you take benefits, whether
Yeah.
you have PERS or you opt out of PERS.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that that's sort of known as well, that there's a difference there.
So if somebody doesn't take county insurance, that's reflected in their compensation?
No,
What it,
No,
I mean, no,
overall cost less.
Yeah.
Ju-
Their benefits are less.
no,
we don't get into because you have benefits that are available to you. We don't factor that in because the compensation committee sets the salary, not the total compensation. Because if we started getting into that, that would be,
a mess.
yes.
Okay,
And so the compensation committee and the board sets the salaries, but there is options as far as, well, commissioners are. I think their commissioners are the only ones, but I'd have to confirm that have the ability to opt out of PERS.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
I did that in the first week, so.
yeah.
mhm.
And so we have a different retirement plan
Right.
that is a 401B, yeah.
Mhm.
That is set up. And then you have medical insurance that's available and the typical benefit package. We still have to budget the full amount because our open enrollment period is September. And so ensuring that we have that, because again, continuing with insurance or opting out it's a personal decision, and I just need to make sure that we have funds available should someone who might not have insurance now may decide to, maybe the situation at home has changed and need to opt in. So.
Okay.
But again, that's for all the positions, because the one thing, and if you're okay, I'll just go ahead and run through the other positions that are in here. The one thing I would call out, it looks like we need to fix something there. Look, the treasurer is not in this budget, but there was some type of coding in a prior year.
It was actually fixed. We're working with Richard to
Okay,
have that fixed in the budget book. Thank you.
so, in case there's any confusion, that has to do because there was an amount recorded as an actual in 22-23, which is an error, and that's been fixed. But for some reason, it's not reflected in the report yet. The program supervisor, this is the other half of the reclassification that I mentioned for the admin budget. So that position is going to be split 50% here, 50% in the admin budget. And then we have the 2 support staff. And then we have 0.2 of my position is also in this budget, and that's it for the personnel.
So when we're talking about budgeting for commissioners, you're budgeting based on the assumption that we're all taking healthcare or whatever the
Yeah.
base plan is.
Correct.
And then when we had a discussion, I don't know, 4 years ago or so, because I was asking, does it cost more to be in PERS versus not be in PERS? And I think your answer was, yeah, it has a slightly higher cost to be in PERS.
Oh, yeah.
So are we budgeting for PERS for everybody or?
So where you're gonna see the difference is if you look at line 48900, it's called a deferred comp employer match. That is what we have budgeted because it's 10% of salary for that alternative retirement plan. Before, we used to have it put together. Now with the new system and creating some new GL codes, we can actually track it separately. So you'll see when you look at 48900, that's the retirement contribution for commissioners. When you get into 49210 retirement, that's the PERS contributions for the other positions that are in here that are PERS eligible. So that's the half of the program supervisor, the 2 executive office specialists, and the 0.2 of my position are reflected in that line because we're all PERS eligible.
What
Okay.
happens if you get a new commissioner that chooses to take PERS? Does that affect this number at all?
Yeah, they would get the higher rate, and it all depends on when they're coming into office. If there's a couple variables to that, like if somebody were to come in, and let's say for some weird reason, I'm suddenly a commissioner. I'll just use me as an example because I'm a tier 2 employee in PERS. And so if I came into office, I would come in and if I said, well, I want PERS, I would get PERS, and I believe I would still continue as a tier 2 PERS
From
employee.
wherever it came from. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because because the change, tier 2 stopped in 2004. So anyone hired after 2004 is what's called OPSERT, which is a 3rd tier in PERS. And I'm going to be really careful. I know enough about PERS to be dangerous, but so you have different categories. So if you're already in PERS and you're vested and you're already a PERS member and you were to come into office, that could have an effect on, and you elect to go into PERS. If you were in PERS prior to 2004 and continued in that, there's a possibility you could be in that tier 2, which is more expensive. Historically, I would say the vast majority of any commissioner that comes in, the first thing they usually do is opt out of PERS. There's also some reasoning for that because in PERS, you have to work for 7 years to be vested in that. So if you look at it, if you come in on a 4-year term, you're not vested in your retirement by the time. But I'm not an expert on eligibility and all that. I'm just saying there's some negative side for opting into PERS in that case. But for the most part, almost everybody comes in. I only know of one example where someone opted in on PERS.
Mhm.
So
the cost difference, you said, oh yeah, it's much higher, but percentage wise,
if
what does that
you
mean?
were to look at, like in the budget message, there was a slide that I put together for the current PERS rates. And so you'd look at it and, the commissioners, long before I was here, established, to set up a retirement account. It's a 10% contribution to retirement. The budget message actually has the current rates plus the 6%. I just don't have it right in front of me.
So it would be the current rate plus 6%.
No, it's gonna be the numbers that I include the 6% in that slide, but one of the last slides of my budget message.
I have it right here, Ken. Yeah. 21.42 for new hires versus the tier 1, tier 2 are at 27.3.
Right,
Okay, so it's a difference of
17.
over 11%.
correct,
Higher retirement costs for a commissioner to be in PERS.
correct.
Okay.
Except for also PERS is subject to, if you're brand new into PERS, is subject to a 6-month waiting requirement, so we don't start paying into PERS. And until the 6 months is complete. So there's some variables to that. So it's,
Mm.
yeah,
Okay.
that full effect wouldn't be seen until you're into year 2.
Okay. That's good to know.
And I'm glad Patricia's here and so she can like wave off, you're wrong, so. So any questions on the personnel for county commissioners? Really the only change that's in here is the reclass request that I'm making for that. As far as materials and services, we do have amounts that are budgeted in here. We want to make sure that we have funds available for software purchases, for equipment. It's just day-to-day office stuff. Just because we have it budgeted, doesn't mean we always spend it, but sometimes printers break. There might be software needs. We pay, one of the expenses that we have in here that with the software is we pay for the commissioner's Zoom accounts for being able to do our Thursday formals. So we have to pay for the licensing for that. And for doing these 3 days of meetings. And let's see, you get down into the travel expense. We have a small amount that's budgeted there. That's where we would pay for AOC conferences, any travel expenses, typically it's AOC. But that also includes, I might charge a portion if I didn't go to AOC last year, but usually a portion I'll charge consistent with my FTE, that 0.2 if I stay or travel to that. It's also available for any other trainings or other expenses that we have. And then the other one that I know always comes up in questions is 69900. The commissioner's discretionary, as we usually do. And this is completely up to, I just continued the standard practice, which is $1,500 for each commissioner that we budget. And we do track those expenses. So each commissioner has $1,500 that, should they want to make a donation to 4-H, or if there's something that comes up during the year that you have $1,500. It's something that's a long-standing practice. It's completely up to the board if you want to increase that number or not, and utilization is completely up to the board or the individual commissioner. If it's not spent, then it's carried forward into next year, and then it's just an appropriation amount that we have for each commissioner.
How much is in there now?
4,500.
That's it?
Well, that's because, just a reminder that if you don't spend it, it ends up in that beginning balance number, anything else that we don't spend. So it's not a rolling bank account or a rolling reserve line that we kind of add up, that if you haven't spent it in 10 years or 4 years
Use it or lose it, Commissioner.
Is it a use it or lose it?
No,
It's not really.
not according to Mary.
It's not really to look at it, because technically, when you get up into 30101, that 129,000, anything that's unspent from that line would be in that total for this entire portion of the budget, would carry over into that.
Yeah.
So this isn't it doesn't accumulate in that line. It is a spending authority, not an account.
Right.
If that makes sense.
You're welcome.
Well, so, you know, if you look back to 21, 22, $6,500 was spent. So that means that I think you made a larger donation.
To Homeward Bound.
Correct.
That was 5,000.
Correct. And that was one that you had specifically called out in a previous fiscal year that you weren't going to make any contributions because you wanted that to accrue for that one specific,
Mhm.
and the rest of the board agreed.
Right. Okay. But last year we spent $100. So nobody nobody used their discretionary.
Correct.
And so and we've had this discussion just for committee member sake about having some transparency around that so that, you know, whether it's in this process or outside of this process, that we can be accountable to each other so that we're not spending or sending $1,500 to, you know, the state of Alabama for whatever.
Which,
I think I'm okay with $1,500 and
My question was going to be, is that enough? And now I'm looking, you know, but I do remember over the years, at least my recollection was they could save it up to use it for larger things.
Ken's not happy with that, Denny, so
Okay.
retract it.
I mean, we have the ability, much like we did there, like Mary, you know, talk to me, talk to the board. There was agreement that, yeah, you know, instead of, I would like to, you know, and I don't remember the, you know, if a commissioner said today, you know what, have this, but I don't plan on using it. If you're okay, I would rather have 3,000 for next year because there is something that I want to make sure, you know, Homeward Bound Pet, or I want to make sure I do that. As long as the conversation's happening, because it's, you know, again, this is a, you know, this was set up originally to allow for an individual commissioner that if they get a phone call that somebody's looking for, you know, I need $500 for grad night, you know, that an individual commissioner could come down, talk to Carolina and I, and we would basically process a check request and go with this without having to come back to the full board and kind of go through that. So it's intended to help with those types of smaller donation requests or things that may come up during the year.
Okay.
So the other pieces of this is the travel and the reimbursements.
Mhm.
You know, we've talked about setting some policies around travel expenses and reimbursements. And I don't know, it's not super clear, and this is kind of why I wanted to talk about it. It's not clear about where that's falling in terms of the budget lines for commissioners.
63001. It's just that I would just say that line, that travel expense is not just for the commissioners, it's also for the other staff that's in there as well. So
Okay. So that would include like AOC
correct.
day or AOC conference fees.
Correct.
Which are pretty substantial. How much were they? $500-600 a piece?
For the conference, yeah, and then there's mileage, and in the past, that's been a big hit to this budget in the Wayback Machine. I know commissioners aren't putting in for mileage these days, so I appreciate that, but it was a big chunk that was going out every month for mileage.
Okay, so if we're looking back to 23, the expense was 2,280. So the vast chunk of that is AOC conference.
Mhm.
I'd have to run because it could be.
Okay.
It could also be other travel expenses, you know, sometimes support staff. If, as a good example, you know, I'm going to pick on you, Caroline, I'm sorry. I usually try to not, but leading up to this event, Carolina has to do a lot of running around.
Yeah.
Printers, picking up materials, picking up, you know, picking up the lunches, things like that. If she's using her personal vehicle, I'm going to reimburse her for that
Right.
expense that she's incurring.
Yeah.
So that's the other part, is there's other expenses that are in here that are related to the other personnel that are in this budget. And so it's really, It's the support staff in my position are the main ones that if there's any expense reimbursement, that also would cover that. If I go to AOC, and if I stay overnight, I would also be charging it to the same line.
Okay.
So,
So it's not very easy to sort of flush that out in here, but if we do it separately outside of the budget week, is it easy to pull, like, or
Yeah.
when you do a reimbursement to a commissioner, you can just pull all those?
yeah,
from the
all
system?
because well, it's twofold. If it depends on how the expense, if it's expense reimbursement, anyone, including the commissioners, all elected officials, everyone, if you're doing an expense reimbursement, you have to fill out a form and submit it to pay or to accounting. I almost said payroll, but we don't do it via payroll anymore, accounts payable. And so those personnel expense sheets are entered into the system. We track those. They're public record. They're subject to records requests.
Okay.
So those usually get submitted and they go per policy. They go to county counsel's office who reviews and signs off that he's reviewed and then submits them for reimbursement.
Okay.
If it's something like a hotel reservation or something like that, that it's not being paid for, that you're not paying for directly and asking for reimbursement. If Caroline is making that reservation, we're putting it on the county credit card, we'll also be able to track that as well because we charge everything to an account code and we have a description that's entered into the system that tracks that expenditure.
Okay, so if Caroline is booking the hotel,
Mhm.
it would still be booked under this line, the
Correct.
travel expense?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and then discretionary, that would be easy to like pull a report for that too.
Yeah, what we do is you don't see it in the budget, but when we actually charge, we actually have what's called program codes that we do tracking, and we have 3 codes that are set up, one for each commissioner. So then that way, when you submit, we put it to that program code and we're
Okay.
able to run those reports.
Sounds kind of ticky-tack, but I want to, it's been abused in the past. So I just want to make sure that, there's transparency around what we're doing and we're accountable to each other.
We track everything. And at the end, we have a ending fund balance of 29,000. So, again, if it trends like it's done in prior years, we try to appropriate to make sure we have the necessary funds, but we watch our spending very closely in this account, and we appropriate. This is going to be one of those where you're going to see that we appropriate more than our actuals each year. And so this is one that the board has, been really good at, we got the bare minimum that we're spending here. So we make sure that we have the appropriation just in case there is a need for something. And that's all the budgets. I think we covered all the budgets.
There, before we go into the next portion, we just take a couple minute break.
Denied. I think yes, let's take a 5-minute break, and every time I say 5, it ends up 10. So do we want to do
Well-
10, or will you guys stick to the 5-minute break?
Well,
Just say
here's
10,
the
we're
whole thing. So if we're gonna recess from this, we're gonna come back as the compensation committee, which
So we get
Jason,
extended
you were
break.
the chair last year. So you get to convene the compensation committee as the last year's chair. So you get to hold everyone to task on how quickly we.
Okay, that's 10-minute break. That's complicated.
Okay.
5 minutes to do that.
All right, 10-minute break. So we're adjourning the budget committee meetings at 9:59.
That's.
Okay, so we are gonna reconvene for the compensation committee. First item on the agenda is we need to elect a new chair and a new secretary. And I would like to elect Denny Elmer as chair. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Denny, congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you. We need to elect secretary. Your nomination.
I nominate Greg Dorsgarden.
And I second that. All in favor? Aye.
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 All right. Congratulations, Greg. Consideration of the minutes from last year. I reviewed them. I move that we accept them.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Pass. All right, going to staff reports.
Okay, so I'll start and do the introduction. So we're convening the compensation committee per statute. This is, we've always done this as part of the budget process. That the first step is the citizen member of the budget committee is now the compensation committee, and you're going to hear a report from our human resources director about a comp study that she does a review for the same comparable counties we've used for a long time, looking at the elected official salaries at each of those jurisdictions. And I'll let Patricia provide that. Once you hear that report, then you're going to open it up, and then any elected officials that wish to come forward and address the compensation committee will come forward. And then once you go through that, then you'll deliberate and come up with a list of recommendations for each of the elected offices for the county. So it's not like for the commissioners, as an example, it's not each commissioner, it's for
The
the
commissioners in
office
general.
of commissioner, correct?
Yeah.
So that being said, going to introduce Patricia Rojas, who is our HR director, and take it away.
All right, thank you, Ken. So good morning, Compensation Committee. I'm Patricia. As Ken said, I've been here just over 2.5 years with the county, and hearing previous presentations, I just want to mention that I can't do what I do without a really great team. And so I'm very happy to work with such a really good team. And the commissioners and the elected officials who support their divisions really appreciate that. So Michaela's going to hand out the presentation. I sprained my knee, so she's helping me out here. And so what you have before you will start in order. So the first one is going to be the commissioners themselves. And as Ken had mentioned earlier, for Yamhill County, Mary is the only commissioner that's below, that has not taken the increase. And that is a difference of about a little over $5,000. So she's currently $5,000 under what this current rate is. And these are not our normal PECBA compliant counties. And we took a look at that before. Usually it's the 3 up that are closest in population to Yamhill County and 3 down. And there's, we have used these, but normally, for example, we would not include, like, for example, Marion County, which is quite large. So as we look through, sorry, I'm getting old, need reading glasses. So, and then what we take a look at, I know that Denny and Jason, you're probably used to this report from last year, but Mr. Thorsgaard, so what we have on the far left is, just a few basics, and then going back to 2020 and how that's looked over the years. And then we do touch a little bit on some of the benefits that we offer and that each elected is available to receive. And then there's a few notes that I felt were of note that I call out at the bottom. Okay. The one biggest thing is if you will notice Benton County is an anomaly. And I had to go back and double check that. So if you look at Yamhill County, we're currently at about 109,000. Benton County is about 99,000. So we're pretty similar in size. However, Benton County has a budget of 485 million. So I was like, why is that number so high? And it is because in part due to a 2-year adopted budget cycle. So they go 2 years for their budget cycle. Whereas I believe we do ours annually.
Correct.
They also, a little bit of note, received some special grants that are, the reason I didn't separate this, just cut it in half and report 1 year and 2 year is because they are looking to expend quite a large number of funds to building and new construction. They're gonna, I believe, build a new courthouse, DA office, an emergency operations center, and I believe they're looking at some other construction projects.
Yeah, the big thing and the reason we include some of this information is just simply for your information and for comparative purposes. You know, as far as population, form of government, county budget, number of FTEs, things like that. It's really just informative.
Yeah. But I felt like that was significant because as you'll see through the presentation, they do skew our numbers a little bit. So we are, for as far as our commissioners go, and I'm sure this is no surprise, they've declined to increase several years in a row now, and they are very well below our comparators that we're using. Any other questions before we move on?
Do we know how many years it's been?
Since the
Um,
last
It's
Since the
been at
last
least
increase.
since, it's been at least since 2020.
Okay.
All right, so next we're gonna go to the assessor. Our current assessor, just, hopefully everybody, knows what our assessor does and provides our very, vital service of assessing the property values and real tax values for, here in Yamhill County. Our tax assessor is also responsible for collecting those taxes. So, down at the very bottom, there's comments on whether or not all assessors in our comparators have that same tax collection duty. And so ours does. So something to kind of call out there. Again, if we take a look, Benton is going to be our outlier. They
Well,
have an increase.
Well, Benton's a little bit different because
Yes.
that's a home rule county and that
Yes.
position is appointed because they're a home rule county versus we're a general law county.
Yes.
And so the assessor is elected here in Benton County that because they're a home rule county, they have a home rule charter. It's an appointed
Yeah.
position.
Okay.
Yeah. So definitely just wanted to call that out so that it's noted there. The other anomaly for the assessor on this one is going to be Josephine. You'll notice if you take a look at their change in salary from the previous year, it looks like it reduced. And the reason is their last assessor retired. And they are on a scale. So that's why Josephine is not magically offering less. They have a little bit,
It's elected, right?
yeah, they're elected and
It's probably not on a scale. It's, again, they're subject to the same process we are.
it's
unless-
based on term. So yeah, whenever they have, and then after a certain
Right.
set of terms. So like they have a first year term, second year or second term rate.
Yeah, they
and
must have
then-
adopted some rules.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different.
Right.
And then, but they will elect a new one in May. And I believe either new assessor will be subject to the first year rate, so. All right, any questions? I know tell me to slow down if I'm going a little too fast.
It's good.
Okay, all righty. So the treasurer, Chris Bledsoe is currently our treasurer, and just to note, so if you look at the last two counties there, Polk and Yamhill, they are on the lower end of the treasurer, and that is due to them both being part-time. And similar to each other, neither one has taken an increase in the last 4 to 5 years. So that's why those rates have remained flat. The Again, the appointed Benton County treasurer, as noted there, they have a different structure, and so that is managed by their chief financial officer. And so that is why that is a little bit different position in the way that it is set up. It is something that their financial officer does as part of their duties. So that entire amount is also encompassing of the financial officer duties as well. And Columbia County had an interesting, I put not applicable mostly because I do believe they had a situation there where the tax collector is their current treasurer. And so
Nobody filed to run. or
Nobody
it's a
filed to run.
vacant Position.
correct. And then their finance director, now that the finance director is a resident of the county, I believe that they're looking to appoint him or be elected. And so it's a little bit of a mess there, and it was hard getting a straight answer
Yeah.
as to what was going on. So just know that for the purposes of this report, I have chosen to put as not applicable. Okay. All right. The county clerk, that is currently held by Carrie Hinton, who was elected, I believe, two years ago, year and a half. She also has election and recording duties, which means that she oversees the elections here in our county, as well as records all different types of documents, properties, marriage licenses, vital statistic records, that kind of thing, for the county. And as you can see down in the comments, not everybody, not all clerks do. Again, heard pretty straightforward on the clerk reporting and where we fall. No major anomalies to point out on that one. Okay. All right, moving on. Sheriff. So sheriff has an extra little table down there at the bottom that I wanted to kind of point out before we take a look at everything. So there is an ORS that states that the sheriff has to be paid more than their highest paid subordinate. And so in taking a look at that, there's no clear definition or guideline as to how much more. It just states more. So we have in here the base salary for Yamhill County, which is at $155,599. And then down at the bottom, what I have done is you will see the base plus the incentives for the undersheriff and the 2 captains, which are the other salary exempt individuals under the sheriff's command. As of right now, Sam is appointed. However, he is going to be running in the next election. So at that time, I do expect for there to be an elected sheriff and not
Just to
appointed.
clarify, he is the elected sheriff. He was appointed to fill that position.
Sorry, he was appointed to fill that position. Sorry. Thank you, Ken. If we take a look at the comparison between the base salary and his and the undersheriff, it's a difference of $1.38 per hour. However, if we look at with incentives, we wanted to make sure that with the incentives, we were still within the realm of the ORS, and we are, it's an increase of 0.78 per hour more. So I've highlighted that down at the bottom for you guys. Okay. All right, any other questions? No, move on. All right, finally, we have the district attorney. The district attorney schedules look a little bit different. What we offer, though, since they are technically employees of the state, They're paid their base salary by the state of Oregon. Then each county elects to give their district attorney a stipend. And then that stipend, what I've done is add that to what their base salary is from the state, which is based on population, and then added that together for the total annual salary that you see in that table. Okay. Bradbury is currently at 30,000, which, is pretty comparable to counties of our population size. And has been pretty consistent for the last several years. It's been pretty modest. We are expecting a new district attorney to be elected this year, so.
Their benefits come through the state though, right?
Yes.
So it's not, they receive all the state
They're
benefits.
paid by the
Right.
state. We do not offer
Okay.
those. What I did know, and you can kind of see that there, is that there's a couple of counties that are starting to offer some optional benefits that they could buy into. Right now, we do not. And I think it's more just part of those optional perks that they could offer.
Okay. All right.
Right?
Any questions? Any questions?
No,
All right.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Patricia. Are you going to call the? All right, any public comment? Anybody that would like to?
In any order, you want to go commissioners or?
Any order. Yeah, any order, whoever's ready.
Something to say.
Of course you do.
Mary left. Thank you. Thank you. And Compensation Committee, thank you again. Here we are, on 10 years, we've been circling back on some of these things.
Yes.
Before we get started, the budget compensation committee memo that I included for the budget packets, are they in color by chance for you? Or are they still black and white?
They're black and
Okay.
white.
I'm gonna just read, I printed, we're paperless in our office, so we can afford the opportunity to print in color because we print nothing. Except for the note stuff, so I just have some color, because the charts in the back are gonna matter. We get to talking about some other things.
Thank you.
Here, I suppose one for him. You need a color? $100 more. Oh, yeah. Carolina. Okay. So first, what I'd like to do is address, thank you, Patricia, for the effort in the staff report. I understand it's a requirement by statute, and to the extent that we have to do that, it's been completed. What I would say specifically about the assessors section, which was brought to light and continues to be something talked about each year, is that of the 7 comparables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The only one that has tax collection duties is Lynn County. And to expand on that, the Lynn County assessor, who is retiring this year, he is also receiving a 7.5% longevity payment and then a monthly stipend on top of that. So his salary that I reported in the budget memo is more what's sort of the total roll up for him when we get back to that. But I think the other 6, while relevant, they demonstrate what the compensation consideration should be for an assessor. So while I ran for assessor, I am gifted the opportunity to be tax collector. Not a requirement for the assessor. It's part of the program at Yamhill County because it makes sense to collect the two. But for all intent and purposes, the gravity of each side of that equation, the assessment side and the tax side, are they're equal. So, one particular lens on this would say the assessor compensation is somewhere in the neighborhood of 100, and a tax collector could be something else. We didn't do that analysis, but I can tell you it's not the difference in my base and 100, which is 8,000. So thinking of it in terms of
compensation for these two functions, these core functions is an interesting thought. And then also not to get lost on the whole thing is, and we'll talk a little bit about it here in a second, is the gravity of who all this impacts and how do we want to invest in protecting the tax base, the tax program, as it's the most valuable asset on the county's balance sheet, and it is for 50 other taxing districts. So I think that's not, let's not let that get lost as we go forward here. Any questions on this grid at all about, that's pretty straightforward, right?
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, okay. So it's not lost on me that the ask I've made in the budget is a large increase for a market adjustment. I kind of want to set the table a little bit for this compensation committee to get the 15-minute window to hear exactly why this is relevant is maybe not enough. So I want to throw some context at you. So how did we get here? And what I would say is, and thank you to our policymakers, our board of commissioners, our admin, there's been a significant investment in personnel in the county. Through 2 labor contracts, we have put notable economic adjustments in for all personnel. And in the 20 to 23 contract, it was 13% over 3 years. In the 23 to now 25-6 contract, it'll be another 13%. So just in market adjustments and COLAs, et cetera, that's 26% over that same time period. And then if you're an employee that receives merit steps, so you have been here under 7 years and maybe you started somewhere on the scale, you're going to receive another 5% in merit per year. So bringing that full circle, if you had a 13% increase in market and COLAs and another 15% increase in steps over that 3-year period, you're at a 26-28% increase from 20 to 23. And those same metrics hold for 23 going forward. So combining those two, you could see salaries go up as high as 46-50%. That's a commitment to the personnel. That's an investment by the county and the decision made by the policymakers. They've approved those budgets. They've approved that collective bargaining approach. It went the distance. We had a strike. We really had to, bear down and figure out what the county could afford and how could we move forward. And those decisions were made. So I appreciate the compensations committee's role in the process, but I don't want it to be lost that the policymakers for the county have spoken. They've spoken through how they've approved these 2 contracts, the last one and this current one. Now, to complicate things more for what I will say, non-bargaining employees, or I should say elected officials specifically, is that there hasn't been a mechanism, and I don't know if it's by choice or by requirement, but those who are affected by a given collective bargaining agreement, meaning the other management team members, the supervisors, anybody that's non-bargaining, not protected per se by the contract, but is involved, their employees have the benefits of that contract. So AFSCME for my office, it's AFSCME. All of my management staff and any supervisors that are non-bargaining, they're all extended the same economics of that collective bargaining agreement by choice of the board. So the administrator has come to the board and said, I'd like to propose that we extend the economic benefits of this contract to those that are non-bargaining. And it's been approved both times. So everyone that works under me that's not part of the union, but is affected by that group, also received those economic benefits. The only opportunity I have to come and sort of have my say of the portion of that benefit is through this committee. And it's somewhat, it's challenging because I understand that in a 3-day budget period, you're hearing nothing but we're short of this, we're short of that, personnel's rising, expenses here and so on. But it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be lost again that the policymakers have made the decision to spend the money on personnel. And I just want to put that as sort of a set the table for where I'm going next. If you had a chance to read the budget memo, it is all about 3 different ways I'm analyzing the rationale for the increase. In years past, it's been a straight cost of living. It's been a CPI adjustment or something along those lines to show that we needed a metric to index the salary for this position or it's going to get lost. It's going to get set too far behind. And at the end of that effort, I think it really came back to more, what's the general sense of the health of the county? And do we have the ability to afford X%, this percent, or otherwise? So I don't think it's a secret for anyone on this committee that over the last 4 years, three and a half, 4 years, inflation's gone through the roof. Cost of living is for everyone is going extremely high. I'm not really coming at it from that angle. I think we all can appreciate the day-to-day cost of groceries, gas, living, et cetera. It should be noted, though, that without an adjustment for a COLA or cost of living, that your purchasing power is eroding, you're actually taking a decrease. So you hold flat for a year and inflation is 6, you've taken a pay cut. So thinking about that and now bringing it forward to this budget memo, I just want to put the sort of wheels in motion to talk about why I find it a reasonable and meaningful approach to say that the assessment and tax office should be treated as a department head position. I present the department budget. I act as the department head in every way the county does anything with department heads. I have a liaison commissioner. I'm directly in contact with Ken for anything department related. I do all the HR stuff. It's a department head position, in my opinion. And if that is something we can wrap our heads around, then there's another lens to look at this to say, well, if this is a department head position, and you feel like the assessment and tax and property tax program carries the weight of something like the planning department or the roads department or IT department, pick your different department head. If you've got the sense that what I do is as relevant or as important as those other departments, and that this is a department head, then it just seems like it makes sense to me to say the compensation could be looked at from that standpoint also. So now turning to the memo that I've presented to the committee. The first page talks at the high level about the importance of the program. We hashed this over quite a bit yesterday. 180 million in collected taxes this coming year, 27 billion in real market value, 51 taxing districts, including the county. 30 of the 33 million in discretionary funds will come for this program. But moving on to page 2, and I draw your attention to the third paragraph on page 2, which is really a discussion over a market adjustment versus cost of living. So I'm not asking for a cost of living adjustment per se. That's part of what went into the overall contract negotiations and how the CBA got to what it was. But a market adjustment is equalizing someone's pay with somebody of similar duties and responsibilities. So to that extent, this is a market adjustment request. When you look at where I'm compensated next to other department heads, and we'll get into some of those comparables down below, it's frankly, it's not an alignment. It's not comparable, and it's more comparable to the assessor only duties as presented in the staff report than it is to really anything else. But I wanted to clarify that the cost of living adjustment for the increase in, things that are day to day and usually on a CPI index for different things. I'm not looking at that per se for this analysis. I'm looking at comparing my position as a department head with others in the county. So down below at the bottom of page 2 is a chart of what is going to be the 24-25 salaries for department heads and others, just as a comparison. The county administrator and our county legal counsel, I did not include those in my analysis of averages for department heads. Those have a specificity in terms of not only responsibility, but licensure and other things that don't really match up. I am required to carry licenses for appraisal effort. And I have the three largest or the 3 highest licenses that the state offers for appraisal. But I've left the county administrator, legal counsel, I've left them out of what I was looking at for other budget department head positions. So from there, the HHS director and the sheriff, they're at the top of the list. The chief deputy district attorney, not the district attorney, but I guess second in command, community justice, planning director, public works. These are all department heads that you heard from. Everyone presented a budget. They all fit in a space called department head or director of a department. At the bottom of the list, you see where I'm at 108. And that's the gap I'm trying to close with this request for a market adjustment. The bottom of that chart has a note that there are 43 other positions in Yamhill County compensated higher than this position. When I looked at that list, it was just telling that this position's it's fallen behind. And I'm not saying that those other 43 positions don't warrant what they're being compensated, but when I look down that list of who's on it, I should say the positions that are on that list, it's unfortunate that the position that I have is at where it's at. And we've got an opportunity to do something about that. So the average, when I look at this and I do averages on the top of the next page, the average of the positions I included that were department heads, not including county council or county administrator, it's 141,000. That doesn't include the longevity pay, and I'm going on 12 years, and barring something crazy, in another 16 days or however many it is till the election, I'll be on for another 4. I'm up for re-election and at the moment uncontested. So I imagine I'll be here for another 4 years. So that puts it at 12, 14, 16 years. Longevity would be another 2.5% on the 141. That gets you in the ballpark of 144. Again, I'm asking for 140. And that whole component of this analysis was a comparison to, is my department a department? And is the department comparable to other departments? And if so, then I think this makes sense from a why would we make this move standpoint. So I can move on to the next portion unless we wanted to deliberate any more on that concept and what's been laid out there. Any questions from anyone as to how that's laid out? Any questions at all? No? Okay. So the next part is comparable positions throughout the state of Oregon. So as we talked about when we first looked at the staff report, and I think Patricia maybe said something about 3 up and 3 down in population or size, et cetera. Well, I'll back up for a second. One of the challenges with the comparable process for elected officials is that there's a residency requirement to be an elected official. So while we may be looking at Lynn or some other county to say they have a similar population, whoever's elected in that county, or if they're appointed, they don't have the same requirements. They have to live within the county. So I live in Newburgh. I've been there 20 years. We love it. But Yamhill County is in the top 5 most expensive counties in the state of Oregon. In fact, it's been as high as the top 3 and is sliding a little bit as others are moving around. But that doesn't come into play, right? The regional aspect of cost of living doesn't come into play in these analyses because we're not located anywhere near Josephine or Douglas and that sort of thing, and they're not located next to Portland Metro, touching 2 of the metro counties on both ends of our county. We have Washington County to the north and Clackamas County to the east. So there's definitely a metro influence on the cost of living in Yamhill County. That's also not reflected in there, but anyways, that idea of having to have a residency to be even eligible to be an elected official, that's another component of the analysis that it's tough to bridge the gap and make that apples to apples. Moving past that, it's an exact split. There's 36 counties in Oregon. Half of them are assessor only. The other half are assessor and tax collector. Looking at all of the offices, I said, okay, well, I need a way to delineate. The responsibilities are the same. The idea that Benton County is appointed versus elected. Tammy, bless her, she's amazing. Her and I work closely together on all sorts of stuff. We have very similar counties. Her job's no different. Now she is the assessor, and what she has to abide by for state statute, what she has to perform in terms of appraisal and valuation, it's the same tasks that we do. There has been a shift throughout the state to move what I call operational elected officials, so those that are administrative. I'm not a policymaker. I adhere to Oregon statutes. I administer the program as fair and equitably as I can for our citizens and taxing districts we serve. But there's been a move to sort of align assessors, clerks with department heads. It's not a concept I'm introducing. A year ago, 2 years ago, Benton County sort of went that route and said, we're going to make this a department head position specifically. Umatilla and one other county, no, Douglas, no. Well, Umatilla comes to mind because they had this exact scenario where they said, well, we have to make this leap. We're going to do it now because we're going to consider this a department head position. It's another rural county, a lot of farming. But conceptually what I offered before was not new stuff. So on the comparables to the rest of the state, if you look down through the table, what I've done is I've used the levied tax amount to sort of group and maybe better understand some comparables. Looking at the top of the grid, Multnomah, Washington, Clackamas, Multnomah at 2 billion in levy tax, $1.4 million, so on and so forth. You come down to Yamhill County, and we are last year. Well, this year will conservatively be 178. I think it'll be more like 180, but you get an idea of where we are in the scope of what the taxes being levied are. In the column next to that, assessor and tax collector, you have a yes/no reference depending on if that county has a combined assessor tax collector or not. You'll note that the top four, so the top largest counties in the state, including Lane, are all yes. Then Marion, Deschutes are no. Jackson, Lynn, Benton, and Yamhill round out the top 10. And those other four counties are all both assessor and tax collector. I won't go through the rest of that list. What I'd draw your attention to now is to the analysis to the right of that, which is looking at salaries for counties in from different lenses, but really they reconcile to something very similar. So if you looked at the top 10 counties by taxes they levy, if you average just the top 10, including all the metro counties, it's 159,000. If you took out metro, for years we've said we can't compete with metro. We don't have their budget. We don't have their dollars. I can appreciate that. I take the metro counties out of this analysis for the better part of what's left. If you removed all the metro counties, you're down to 153. That's the average of the top 10 without Portland Metro included. Okay, the next, did everybody following that where that section is? Okay, the next section is talking about counties that levy greater than 100 million. So we're almost double that. We're at 180 million. But I stretched the band all the way down to those that collect 100 to get a wider swing of a high and a low. Again, I'll just jump to where you have the assessor and tax collector without Portland Metro included. And there were 6 counties and the average there is 147,000. And then even, going a step further and saying those that levy 50 million. So now you're down here into the Morrow counties and bless them, our Eastern friends, but similar duties, similar laws, just smaller scale. Those that levy, 50 million in taxes. There's 12 counties at 147. And if you take out Metro, you're at 133. So, I'm trying to come at this from different angles to say, this is why this is warranted. I think that the job of this board is to make a decision on what's a fair and comparable wage. And ultimately, it's a recommendation. So your recommendation goes to the overall budget committee, and that includes the policymakers, those that are even here in the room with me. And they'll make a final decision whether they're going to continue to invest in personnel in this way or not. But it doesn't really get started, doesn't get the conversation going until it comes out of this committee. So I'm attempting to give you 3 angles to support what I've put together as a request for 140. That's in my budget. And I think.
But your budget is also asking for 350,
Correct.
okay, above what the budget is, correct?
To balance the budget, we removed 3 positions.
Right.
And those 3 are the ask back.
Right.
But the budget does include this proposal at 140. That's correct.
Right.
Yeah. So, any questions?
So Derek, this is very well done, and you've come about this from a very logical, numbers-driven direction. The comparisons are good. All of that's good. I know you've looked at the budget overall, and we're basically flat this year. You know, we're 2% revenue increase, we're 2% expense increase as the budget sets right now without any adjustments. And I'm just gonna give you my personal philosophy, you know, I differentiate between the leadership, which is elected officials, and the non-leadership. Because the leadership that's elected officials, in my opinion, should be in service. By that, I mean, they're in service to their employees, they're in service to the public. They ran for office, they want to be there, they're leading, they're directing. So, there was no smoke and mirrors about what the salary is. You've been in this position a while. You know what it is. And I do agree it needs an adjustment. The challenge I think all of us will have is that, you know, your revenue's down almost 40% and your expenses are only down 10%. So, and that's without the $350,000 ask. So I mean, if I was isolating it just to your department, I would say, where would that come from? And there are things that you brought up, such as the aerial review, that I think are critical to your department. That's just my opinion. I'm not speaking for the other gentleman here. I think you have to have that. If you don't have that, that puts, heaven knows, 2-3 times the labor on your staff. So I don't think you can staff down either. I think the revenue stream's down, but the question is if and when it comes back, you know, you've got to be prepared to capture that. So there's some major considerations to be put in there. And I'm sorry about separating you from the rank and file that you take care of, but those folks have a bargaining process and all of that. I put you more in the rank and file, which you did yourself with the county commissioners, with the other department heads. You're an elected official. So I think this should have been adjusted when we had more surplus. You know, when we had a budget where, you know, the delta between expenses and revenue were greater, we're collapsing down rapidly. My question will be, what do we do when they start to meet? You know, and I can see that happening within a year or two. If the current rate continues, the revenue stream is being carried forward will not be there. So in your case, you're, you know, you're somewhat captured in the economic availability of what's happening in property. You know, are houses selling, are things being built? They're still being built, but will they continue being built if the interest rates stay up? You know, that's a question. Or will that revenue stream continue to go down? So, you know, I would agree for a rate higher than the budget increase for you. But I personally, I wouldn't vote for the amount that you have in there just because of the current conditions, not because of what you're doing. And the only reason that I say that is because, again, you're an elected official, you're not hired. You know, I view that differently personally.
Yeah.
I think you're in a service position. And so I took up too much time.
No, you're-
Can I comment on some of that? Would you like, can we?
Sure,
can I
yeah.
comment on that? So I appreciate that, yeah. And it's not lost on me that we're asking for 3 positions back and I've asked for an increase. I want to just be clear that there will likely never be a revenue stream from my office. So the idea of expenses going up and revenue going down, that CAFA grant is getting smaller and smaller at 10% of the budget. Who knows what Salem will do with that? I think the bigger idea here is that the county bears the responsibility of a viable property tax system that's being invested in and protected from the asset side of things. And we can continue to kick it down and push it forward. That's how we got to where we are. But in terms of waiting for me to be able to produce a revenue side to offset expenses, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you're responsible for the revenue. The revenue is a separate issue.
Okay.
But whether you're generating it or it's being generated by the state or you know, the tax revenue is really
Okay,
what it's
okay.
going to generate. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an unfortunate fact, but it's reality.
Yeah.
So,
I appreciate that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We will bring another, $9 million to the county budget next year through my office. The $40,000 increase is, I think you may agree on some level warranted. That as a percentage of what we're adding to the discretionary, something to think about too.
yeah,
This one's not breaking the bank. The real lift in terms of personnel expenses came with the decision of the policymakers to approve the consecutive CBAs at 13% plus each over what'll be 6 years. So I kind of feel like that idea of where do we want to spend our money, recognizing it's tight. I think that decision's sort of been laid out, but I appreciate the comments and I
yeah,
agree with you.
unfortunately, when, you know, expenses start to exceed revenue streams,
Yeah.
you know, usually what that means is it doesn't mean, you know, if we're still giving raises to people, it just means there's less people there.
Sure.
You know, I mean, that's just the reality, because you've got to have enough bread to be able to cover the
Agreed.
liability.
We got late afternoon, I got an email from the CAFA department who puts out the staffing model that I referred to in my budget presentation. We were short four personnel. They updated that budget model and released it yesterday afternoon. It's actually 6. So think of it in the context of 6 bodies out of 25, that's 25% of I'm understaffed by their metric by 25%. What is 6 bodies going to cost Yamhill County at any level? And then compare that to 40,000 or the 140. There's some things to think about. It's a complex scenario.
Sure.
So
You're right. It is very complex.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of the factors are outside of our individual control.
Yeah.
You know.
But-
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
got too much time.
You're-
I
you're fine, Greg.
apologize.
You know, I will say this, good people are hard to find, all right? And I think you're good people, even though you sent me a letter this year.
And we had your taxes wrong.
So I'm not gonna blame you for that. 16 years of service. That's pretty incredible. Not many people do that anymore. I believe you're a valued employee. I hate to see something happen where possibly other opportunities come around and you don't want to stick around for them. I believe we need to take care of our good people, and I think that we need to do a raise. I don't know that we can get all the way to the number that you want, but I believe that there should be some higher compensation. So, you know, that's where I'm at on this.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And,
Yeah.
you know, this is the information for you to make that decision. So
And I tell you, this aerial thing, you know, looking at ideas, going back and making sure that we are actually collecting the taxes that are due.
Yeah.
I think that that's incredibly important.
thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I know this year I said, someone asked me about this committee and I was like, man, this is the year I'm looking least forward to it. You know, I got confronted by someone downtown asking my support on some things. And I'm like, man, I've been doing this for a few years and I just see the numbers getting tighter and tighter every year. And, you know, my comment to them was, I don't know what you're asking for, but I know that it's going to put us in this decision of we're going to lose people, programs, or raise taxes. Like that's the only options we have. Like there's no other money. So we gotta adjust. And I also come from a private sector, which finding good people is difficult. And I see you as innovative and looking for opportunities to make our county better and do a better job with less. I mean, you know, finding those kind of people who take ownership in their role it's hard right now. And, you know, in our personal business, we got to do what we got to do to keep them around because their value is greater than, you know, a lot of times they don't get paid enough, you know, even in my business. And I have family members that I have to say, hey, there's no money. I would love to do this,
Yeah.
but there's no money. And so you got to figure out, how do you balance that out? And while I would agree with both of these, I see something, I would love to say, I'd love to move it up to what you're asking, but I don't know, in the climate that we're in, I would agree with both of these guys. It's somewhere, and I mean, if someone's got a recommendation.
Well, I kind of like that 13% number is what I'm thinking. 13%, which would bring it to 122. Everybody around him's been moved up. Of course, I realize that's over 6 years. Is that correct?
13% twice, so 26
Twice.
over,
Oh, I
26
see.
over 6, yeah.
But we're only talking about this year.
And just a process, just
Mhm.
know that, and it's completely up to you. You're the chair.
Yes, sir.
But on the agenda, we have that you can receive all the public comment and then the committee can go into deliberations. You can still ask questions, you can do
Got it.
things,
Okay.
but you can run through and call for
Okay.
any other public comment and then you can deliberate and then
Yeah, I
you can
think
kind of go
before
through the
we
list.
discuss numbers,
Okay,
and I
let's do that.
think I was inappropriate upfront by mentioning a number. It probably should have the input from the commissioners, because they've been here the longest, and
No, actually, we make a recommendation. And then, once we make recommendations, then the commissioners come back up and then we discuss our recommendations and then
okay.
we all vote together.
Okay, well,
But
you've been
at
here all
this
day.
point,
But-
Danny, you
But
jumped
you'll
in
be-
before?
Yeah.
So-
So I'll step out. I have no
Okay.
other comments.
After
Okay,
the.
thank
after
you.
the-
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really
Thank you.
appreciate
Sure.
the paperwork
Yeah.
that you submitted, because again, the pro forma was well put together and the rationale is solid. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
any more? Chris,
Yeah, and so we'll,
online, we can go to our county treasurer.
so go ahead and we just got to promote her really quickly.
Well,
No,
you-
we can hear you.
you can hear me, but you can't see me.
Now
We can see you too.
Okay, all right. Well, I just can't see me, so that's okay. I don't need to see me. First of all, I want to still trying to see, it disturbs me not to see myself. Okay, there I am. All right, so first of all, I want to thank the three of you for serving on this committee for this very important function for the county. And I know it's been tough. And I also want to say to Derek, I'm really impressed with your presentation, and thank you for doing all that legwork for me, because a lot of what you say about your area applies to mine. And now I don't have to say it because you know it. So I am asking for an increase in the treasurer's pay. Hasn't been increased for many years. I don't know how many, because I've only been here 3.5 years, but I know I have not received an increase. And I'm not privy to the information that you got from the Human Resources report, because it's not distributed widely, so I don't know what the comparables were that you have seen. But I will tell you that there are no two positions alike in this state for the title of treasurer. And so it's so widespread. Some treasurers don't do any investing, and they pay for an outside company to do all the investing. And some of those fees are quite high. And then some of them don't have enough money to need to invest in a bond portfolio, because we can invest in the state pool up to a total of $59 million. And many of the smaller counties don't have that much money. So they just put it in LGIP and take it out, and it doesn't require any kind of expertise at all. We are in, and I want to say as I said, I don't know what Polk County says, but I want you to know that the treasurer in Polk County is currently suing Polk County because he feels they're not allowing him to do what he should be doing, and they've reduced his salary and taken away all his responsibilities. And so it's really not, I would say that's very much in transit. If you were to look at Marion County, which I know we didn't, Marion County pays for somebody to manage all of their funds, and then they have a hired, they have an elected treasurer who also has no considerable job function other than to maybe produce a report once in a while. And last I heard, he was being paid $2,000 a month to do that. So, and then you have, of course, treasurers that are employees, not elected officials. You also have treasurers who do it all. And, God bless them, because it's a lot of work. And I am very fortunate to have Mike Barnhart working alongside of what I do, doing all of the basic finance management that is important. And as you saw earlier, he has quite a bit of staff to help him with that. Probably not enough, but quite a bit. So and then if you look out in the public sector, which I know we generally don't do, but as a portfolio manager, which is what I am, I would be making in the public sector, I would be making, considerable more, depending on whether or not I worked for somebody as a salary or whether or not I charged a fee for those services. And those fees can be quite high. It can be 5 basis points. Well, if you're looking at an $80 million portfolio, that's more than the county could even begin to think of paying me. My only job, and I think it's an important one. My only job is to invest the money, to manage it, keep it in safe funds, or not funds, but safe bonds and funds, and try to get the best return I can while keeping the money safe, and to keep it available, and to follow the state regulations that guide us. The other thing that is different about my position is I do work with a committee of local financial professionals who I give reports to on a quarterly basis and ask for their input. And although they don't direct what I do, I certainly value their input. And to do all of this, I read a considerable amount of publications. I get newsletters. I make certain that I know what's happening, even though we're not in the stock market, we're not in any high risk bonds, but everything that happens out there influences the bonds that we do hold. So, and I want to emphasize, I have no benefits at all. And that's okay. It's 40% position. It's not really 40% in terms of hours. It's more of a compensation for the responsibilities. And there are a few things that I pay for in the budget that I don't use because I am working from home. I always will work from home. It's actually easier in this position to work from home because I can come down here at 11 o'clock at night and work on it, or I can get up if there's something going on in the market and work on it at 6 in the morning. So the flexibility, it's not a 9 to 5 job. Sometimes I work on the weekends. It's really, I take it very seriously. It's a lot of responsibility, and I couldn't do it if I didn't have the backup of the commissioners. Commissioner Starrett is my liaison, and she is available to support me if I needed that. Primarily, however, I think that relationship is one of me keeping the commissioners informed of what's going on with the funds that they will need in the future, or our need right now. Plus, I feel very responsible to all of the departments who have grant money or funds that are being held kind of as pass-through funds that I invest and try to earn a good rate of return for them for that. You probably saw those funds in every budget, dividends and interest. Well, those are the funds that I earn. It's not my money, but that I earn for the county. Are there any questions?
So I'm looking at this and as I look at this list, I see that it looks like the wages have stayed fairly stable amongst all the counties. And it looks like, so you're part-time, and I can't tell whether these other positions are part-time or if they're full-time. But
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm still in the same park. I mean, how long have you been doing this now?
Well, I've been with the county for 3.5 years. I will be, assuming I will be reelected, since no one else is running for the position, I will serve for another 4.5 years.
So I don't know who to ask. It looks like, according to the sheet that we've got here, it looks like the position has always paid the same amount, at least for the last 4 years.
Correct.
2, 3, 4.
The last time it was increased was, I believe, in July of 2017.
So it's paid the same amount.
Correct.
Okay.
I'd have to double check that date, but that's what's on the sheet here.
And I want to reiterate that it's literally impossible to try and compare the treasurer's position with other counties because we are all so different. And some of the treasurers do not do any investing at all. So I feel it's important to look at this position as a portfolio manager rather than a financial manager, because I don't handle them. Mike Barnhart does that, and he does that very well. And that's why it's only 40%. And that 40% is not really an hourly position. It's how much the service is worth to the county.
Good. Thank you, Chris.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions? Any more questions? All right, I'm assuming you'll hang on in case we have some questions.
I will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, Sheriff?
Good morning. As I mentioned yesterday, this is my first time. I really am only here in case you have any questions for me. I don't have any requests for you or anything that I'm, the information that Patricia put together obviously is enlightening to me, just seeing across kind of the region. So I'm only here in case you guys have questions of me.
Well, I just want to say I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're serving, and that's what I got.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have no questions other than I am as well thankful that you are in that position. I've heard nothing but great things,
Thank you,
good
sir.
things, great things. So,
Well, on the break, I mentioned that we need to do some brainstorming, and I would actually encourage the board to put together some type of a committee or a group that can find ways to create more revenue for the sheriff's department, because that, with our current climate, our immigration issues that we face, our drug issues that are only going to get worse now that you're going to be tasked with going and enforcing laws that had been kind of put in the sunset. Those are going to be bigger all the way around, and you need hands and bodies in the field to be able to do those things, reliable people. So I think we have to be creative and find ways to bring more revenue so you've got more people in the field.
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioners?
Chair Elmer, members of the Compensation Committee. I'm Commissioner Lindsay Burschauer, and my comments are just my own. I'm not representing the board, obviously. As you can see from the table, Yamhill County Commissioners are the lowest paid of all of our comparable counties. And I think Lynn County is probably the most comparable when it comes to population size and just the number of FTE that we have and the overall budget size. And we're at about, I don't know, roughly 30,000 or so less than that. And I'm here to say that I'm grateful for every penny of it, including the benefits, because if you look at the overall compensation of county commissioners between salary, benefits, medical, and retirement, it's well over $100,000 a year. And as you've seen, as we've been going through the past 3 days, that adds up pretty quickly. And so I think when we talk about compensation, we really need to look at the larger pie and benefit that we receive. I am rooted in the private sector. I was self-employed and was a single working parent. While I was self-employed, there was very little security in any of that. And so just the medical benefits alone that this county provides to us are incredible. And we're very grateful for it. But at the end of the day, this is a position of service. It's a temporary position of service. It's not a career. And so, I appreciate that that the committee might consider an increase, but I would respectfully decline it. Thank you.
Before you go anywhere, I would just like to say what an honor it is to serve with our county commissioners. And I cannot believe how committed you guys are to what you do. And you guys love this county. We love you guys. And I'm not going to ask for a raise for you this time because every time I do, I get shot down. So I'm not going to do it. You can't force me, kid. Anyways, thank you, all three of you, for everything that you do for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anybody else online? Nobody else? Any other commissioners?
Thank you. And I appreciate you guys being here this year. I want to thank Greg for coming on. This is your first year. My first thing that I'm very upset about is that when I had a 5-minute break announced, everybody made it into 10 minutes. But yet when Jason comes up here, it's a 10-minute break and everybody's back in 8 minutes. So that's unacceptable. Second point, to stack on what Chair Burschauer was mentioning about this being a service position. I just want everybody to remember how many people, at least for my position, ran. There was 4 people that knew what that salary was running for my position. So I also will decline any increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners. Barrett?
Mary Starrett, Yamhill County Commissioner. Next month on the 20th, I will have been here for 10 years. I knew what the salary was when I ran, and the reason I've declined them is because that's what I was told this position paid. We've had situations where commissioners have come in the very next year and asked for a raise. I respect my colleagues for the fact that they gave up, in some instances, making more money in the private sector. This is a service position, and I appreciate the way you put it, Greg. I also know that pretty much everybody who serves could make more if they were doing what they do well in the private sector. So I appreciate that, and we are really, really blessed to have our treasurer, our sheriff, our assessor, our commissioners. I'm maybe speaking out of turn that Commissioner Johnston probably is costing him money to do this job and having to have people hired to do the work that he was doing when he was running his business. And never seen harder working commissioners than the ones I serve with today. And I also want to thank everybody here. I know you labor away across the street, across the parking lot. No one has any idea how hard you work and how stressful it is. I know, Justin, you're sitting there working on insurance renewals, and I'm just trying to do that for one house and 2 cars, and it's mind-boggling. So thank you for that. Greg, you've brought amazing private sector experience. Denny, this is really hard on you. You've got a bunch of businesses, you've got lots of irons in the fire, but the fact that you've been willing to serve is really amazing. Jason, thank you very much for being here. You always bring such a different perspective and a voice that we need to hear. This is where I want to say that we have an administrator who is one of those people I call like a foxhole people. There are very few people that you would honestly say you could get in a foxhole with, because there are very few people who have that drive and that work ethic and that strength of character. And that's our administrator, Ken Huffer. Carolina has been the adult in the room, and believe me, that's not been easy, keeping that office in play, and never, not once has she let us down. And she is, whatever she is asked to do, she figures it out and never complains, unlike most of us over there who are always complaining. And Bailey, you're a wonderful asset to this group. We're very glad that you're still here after 3 days of budget. And I think that means that you're probably going to stick around. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, is there any other public comment?
The one, as.
We have a
You
yes.
have a written, as, because the clerk, as she mentioned yesterday, she's
Yes.
watching ballots go out, so she's not available this morning. So she did put together a written proposal for the committee.
And she is requesting a 4% increase to keep pace with cost of living is what she says. That's her bottom line request for compensation.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other public comment before we close public comment? Seeing none? All right.
Everybody else got their comment.
Oh,
Would you like to read it?
sure. You want to read it? I'll read it if you
No,
know.
you go ahead.
All right, this is from our county clerk. I would prefer to present this request in person, but due to the timing of the upcoming election, I am required to be at a mail house all day, ensuring that ballots are prepared and ready for mailing this week. In the wage study Yamhill County provided each year as part of the compensation committee salary review, some of the counties Yamhill County is compared to, including clerk positions that are appointed and not elected. For some part, I'm going to use my ruler so I can follow along. For the most part, appointed clerks follow a collective bargaining agreement in their county regarding COLAs and market adjustments. While wage review process may vary from county clerk across the state, tasks with similar, if not the same, overall responsibilities. Comparing Yamhill County to other counties based on positions is something to consider, but is also important to note the numbers of registered voters. In Yamhill County, there are 77,112 active registered voters. These two components combine with a significant role in the workloads and demands in this office. With the ever-changing landscape of elections and many legislative changes being made to mandate services, and the level of complexity continues to increase along with the responsibilities and workload of this position. Since the beginning of 2024, I have worked an average of 50 hours per week, with 64 hours being worked multiple weeks. As an elected official, even when you are trained and dedicated, when you have trained and dedicated staff, the deadlines and demands still ultimately fall on the clerk, and constant oversight is required. Being an elected official is unique even more so when you are not the department head of a county office. Prior clerk experience is not something that is required for the position, and yet there's an expectation to be able to master everything immediately. Until you have been in this position, there is not an easy way to explain the daily demands of every aspect of this job. It takes 2 years to experience each type of election due to their cycles in additional to being knowledgeable regarding the recording laws, license, passports, and being a record archive expert. There are different factors that typically play into whether a wage increase is warranted and whether it is based on your tenure and the position in the private sector. In an elected position, those factors are not relevant because you could have a new elected official every 4 years. I am very fortunate to have worked for Yamhill County for 10 years as of March 2024. Last year, it was important the clerk's salary be increased to be more in line with the comparable counties, primarily due to the fact that the previous clerk had chosen at times not to accept past approved salary increases. I understand all departments are facing budget challenges, including the clerk's office, but when the departments are not required to do more with less, those sacrifices fall on the department heads, and they carry the load. We are the ones who stay late, work the weekends when the deadline is looming, rather than incur overtime expense. We are the ones who cover the employee's absence when short-staffed. It is our responsibility to ensure all mandated services are provided to the public and they are not affected during these challenging times. I am requesting a 4% increase to keep pace with the cost of living and the increased responsibility and workload that is required to fill these duties of this position. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Carrie Hinton. That's a lot of reading. Okay. Any comments? Conversation committee, anybody to that?
So it went from 82,000 to 92,000 last year, is that correct? That's what it looks like here.
So is that, Ken, was that 10,000 raised prior to her coming into that position?
No.
Was that
I'm sorry, I
adjustment
didn't
made
get-
while she was in position? Okay.
So what happened, a 3% had been approved by the budget committee and she did not receive it. So there was some retroactive increase. So that is the difference at what you see the 10,000.
So the last increase was July of 2023.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which was not received. And then she was approved for a 3% COLA last year. So
Yeah.
that's why you see the big jump.
Got it. Thank you. All right. Any further questions? No more public comment? All right, we'll close public comment. And we can go into discussion on these requests. We want to go just in order on these. on this sheet?
Yes, please. Yes.
So the first one is commissioners. I feel like that's it.
I was
Sim-
gonna give Kit $1 million raise, but he said no, so we'll pass this year. So I think we'll skip over the commissioners. We're gonna leave as is.
Okay. Brings us to the assessor, which is requesting a 32 $32,000 raise, which I don't know the percentage that is, but you had a little bit of discussion. Is there any further questions or any
Yeah,
any
I'd
recommendations?
just say I would be relatively similar in all my approach to all of the elected officials asking. I mean, the budget is only 2% up. I would then draw that down to their particular department and talk about their relevance to the overall budget, but the truth is I do believe that Derek, Mr. Wharf is, you know, under what the norm would be. I would not go over probably 3% with anyone just because of our current scenario. Our reserves are almost exhausted. Our trend is trending down, and we're 2% up, and we're also 2% up in expenses. So we're relatively flat in the overall budget. And I would ignore the difference in his budget right now being down with expenses not trailing the same, because he still has got a deficit of $350,000 for other employees that he desperately needs back into the department, and the aerial photos. In my opinion, just from how he explained, it's a huge labor savings. So that's $80,000.
Yeah, I still believe that we have to take care of our employees. I know that it's hard to think about raising it that much when you're just looking at the numbers. But when you're looking at the numbers and you're doing comparables on how much everybody else earns, I understand where he's coming from. That doesn't mean that I think that we should raise it that high, but I think that we have to find a happy medium somewhere in there.
Any,
Well,
I,
I still have a number, which we're gonna all debate. So, but my number's 122,000.
is that a percentage or is that just a?
That's just the total after the raise.
But how did you, what did you use to base that on? Was that 13% that
it's-
came across the board?
Yeah, yes.
But the intent is to get him closer to,
Closer to the average of what everybody else is
or
earning.
into the market rate. Are you making that a motion?
I will make that a motion. So I'm making a motion that we raise his salary to 122,000.
Yeah, I mean, based on the current budget, I mean, I don't see how I could support that.
Okay. I just want to, can we go back into discussion, or if there's a motion and
There's a motion, and then you can have further discussion, and then, or you can call for the question and vote on it. So
Okay.
you can have deliberated discussion.
Yeah. So we have a motion raising to 122. I find myself in this this situation, so every year. And it comes from what you're, I get the budget side, I get what you're saying, and I find it uncomfortable, and it's a weird position when you have such a large budget that we skim through so quickly with these huge numbers. And then we get to the end and we have a very small handful of people who are intricate for creating and getting everything done. And we're talking about these small numbers compared to and I find myself, I get where you're at. It's like, where do you fit it in? And it comes back to what I said earlier. It's like, we got to cut people or programs, or we got to raise taxes. And I don't know, we're talking about you right now specifically, I don't know where that comes from, because I don't want you to lose the people, and I don't want you to lose that program, and I don't want to lose you.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm trying to weigh all that out in my head, and
honestly, I'm not
approach.
feeling this way. Yeah, it's
right.
not personal. It's the position.
No, I know
And-
it's not. I know.
And I said earlier, my view of elected positions is different than
Yeah.
hired positions. If it was a hired employee, I would say I do not think that position should be lost because of the wage concern, that it has to come up. And that doesn't mean that your job's not important. Your job's infinitely important, but you're the leader. You're, you know, and my opinion of leaders, not managers. Managers get jobs done and things done.
True.
Leaders inspire, train, and drive people forward to goals and initiatives. I think you're elected to be a leader. You volunteered for that. So we're all in this together. I think you need some compensation, even though the budget doesn't warrant it. You need some compensation. Jason thinks so too. He thinks you should have more of it than I do. But mine's driven from a decision tree. And at the top of that is revenue divided by expenses. You know, that's the very first thing. Do we have the money to do it? And the second thing is performance. I think you've shown that. Third thing is longevity, and then it's market conditions. But the very first thing has to be revenue, and expenses have to balance, in my mind. And that's different for elected, and this is my opinion. So I'm not speaking for you or anybody else. But that's a different position than hourly employees or salaried employees.
Go
So
ahead, Ms. Ruff.
I want to add a little context to the revenue comment, because I think that, I mean, it all starts with that. We don't get to spend if we don't create. So, in my prior years before assessment taxation, I was in finance and banking and senior vice president credit underwriter for regional banks. I get all the balance sheet concepts, right? And it should start with that. There probably is not a more stable funding source in the state of Oregon than the property tax system. So what I've seen happen from a conservative lens as the administrators setting up budgets and creating what we're going to have in discretionary revenue is I would have gone a different route. And I'll say why. There is a built-in 3% increase that without the sky falling and exorbitant market conditions crashing something major, there's going to be a 3% lift in the property tax base. Everybody goes up 3%. The amount over 3% is going to be any new construction that we do for the year. So have we built new homes? Yeah, there's hundreds of homes going in off of Baker and Hill in McMinnville alone. Newburgh's got the same development on Crestview. So the 3% is conservative. The actual, if you look at the last 3 or 4 years trending, you could go back 10 years. It's averaging 4.25%, 4.25%, 5%. We budget 2, but the actuals are showing 4. So there's some conservative nature to that. Let's put a little away for later. But just to be very frank, the number that is being presented right now as a property tax revenue for this budget that you'll be talking about, it was spoke to be a 4% increase over the prior budget at 28 million and some change. We've already collected this year 28,600,000. So if you add 4% to that, you've got a completely different number. And it's in the millions number difference, right? So I say that in that there's a conservative approach to this overall picture, and coming in on 3 days and being on the budget team and reviewing these budgets, you're seeing those numbers and maybe not so much what's going behind that.
sure.
So there is, I'm not going to say there's extra room, wiggle room. That's for our county administrator to decide. I see the numbers that we distribute to the county, and I see the consistency in the numbers that we turn over or we distribute. And since 1995, it's probably been the most stable rate of increase at 4% than anything I can think of. And that's across the state. I mean, it's not unique to Yamhill County. So a couple of things to consider in that. If it's really about how close we are to that final $1 million in reserve that you're concerned about, there might be some discussion around, well, what is next year's number look like now that we're 3 months away? So we've collected 28.6 million. We have 3 more months left to go. So we could very well be at 29. And if you're going to forecast at least 3 or 4% over that, there's numbers in there that need to be talked about, especially as we get into add back requests and what these are. So I just wanted to address the revenue side of the stability of the revenue, the fact that it is a 4%, 4.5%, because in my mind, 4 would be conservative, but there's more that goes into that. I keep hearing 2% revenue. 2% revenue, which I think if you just did the discretionary math overall, it's right. But I know what we're contributing as if it's 29 of the 33, and you know, we'll be, I believe we'll be at 30 million next year, but
So I'll just be frank here. I didn't want to address this because it may be a little volatile, but I would have been more receptive to your number, except that I felt like you're asking for the raise without asking for your 3 people to stay on. And that bothers me because I'm more concerned about the rank and file that are actually doing the work. You're doing the leadership.
sure.
And you're probably doing some of the work, but we're still talking about 3 of your people not being on payroll if we execute this budget.
This is
Can
true, yeah.
Can I jump in there
Yeah.
real quick? Just because this is how it goes, this is his only time to speak to this.
Yeah.
And then once we're done with this, we go into a whole nother session, which is, we discuss all the
I
add
understand, but
back.
I want to be transparent with
Got it.
them.
I hear that.
I don't want you to say, I wonder what else he was thinking,
No, I agree.
because I just would rather be upfront and put it out on the
Yeah.
table. So,
I appreciate that. My hour-long presentation yesterday was really about focusing on getting that position, that backfill addressed.
Yep.
And I skipped over to
understand.
the extent I could this piece, but I hear what you're saying completely. The other last comment I'll make, I promise, is that, I do hear what you're saying about, I took the job to be in service. And that is true. But I think there's a line to be drawn between administrative elected officials and policymakers. I don't have a second job. I don't have another business. I don't, this is my career. This is what I'm choosing to do. Much like the sheriff, it's his career. I don't think sheriffs running a second job on the side, hopefully not, but I look at this as my professional job, career, if you want, for the next probably 8 years, 10 years. These are the years that I have to make hay, if you will, on what I've built as my contribution and where I stand as somebody who's contributing to the overall program that we've developed. So I'm lobbying for that. I don't think that's inappropriate. I think that's why I'm here and why I spend the time to do this. So I hear what you're saying. I feel a little different about particularly the administrative elected officials, being the clerk, the sheriff, myself. We don't make policy. We're not political. We're not on any side of anything. We're just trying to administer laws. And that's very different for me than those who are creating laws and local resolutions and setting policy. I think those are 2 different realms. So,
thank you.
yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Yeah.
Derek, before you go away, it looks like I may not have the support to do what I'd like to do. So if I couldn't do what I wanted to do and you had to give us your idea, what would be acceptable? What would you like to see if we can't reach the point that I would like to reach at 122?
I don't want to project ultimatums. I don't think that's appropriate. My desire is to stay in UML County, to continue to raise my family and work here. The team we've built is second to none in the state. I'd put them up against anyone, I really would. So we've got a great thing going. I value that. Where I will have to make tough decisions is where I have turned away notable offers. I'll have to think about that because it's not just me, it's going to be me and my extended family, and this affects retirement and everything else. So I don't want to throw out this is acceptable. You guys will make your decision. I just wanted to give you the information to make an educated decision. You serve in such a small time frame, and you got so many numbers. You got beginning balances that are 20 million, beginning balances that are 3 million, 6 million, 5, whatever. And to Denny's point, Chair Elmer's point, this is 32,000, and we're deliberating for 2 hours. I think you have what you need to make the decision. I would encourage you to be mindful of the fact that the recommendation goes to the next level. The next level makes the decision. You're not, by supporting or not supporting, you're not making the decision, you're making a recommendation. And it was last year when we made a recommendation of 3%. And bless Commissioner Sterrett and her plight for conservatism. She wanted to go 0. And then we kind of met at 2, that sort of thing. So just know that there's another step. This isn't the final answer.
Right.
You're gonna say your piece, it'll move on. I'm actually as anxious to see what they're gonna decide as a collective body with you. Noting what they've already done for every other employee and the Me Too clause that they've included for all other department heads. I'll kind of wait on that. So rather than a number, I'll play there.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am committed to being here. I want to be here. So that's what's important.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Derek.
Yep.
Just running my numbers real quick, and I would move that we move it to 115 even, which is about,
You would first
Oh.
have to vote on the
okay,
motion that's before you.
let's, you have a motion in place.
Withdraw it.
You'll withdraw it.
Yeah.
Okay, so a withdrawn motion. I would move that we set the assessor salary at 115,000 a year, which is about a 6%, which takes into account a portion of where he's asking.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, it's, like I said, it's almost a 40% decline. I don't. I would prefer to have the discussion with the larger group and.
And we will.
have this.
Okay, so we can, you don't have to, you can vote yes or no on this, or however you want to vote.
Yeah.
But
I'm not,
however you vote, this is a recommendation, then when we come up, then we all vote together. We'll
Okay.
have a discussion
Yeah.
again, and then.
I mean,
we'll-
personally, I would still have it lower. I would have it, from 2 to 3% because that's the budget, the overall budget trend. And from my opinion, that's being gracious because it's not being reliant on his department. Being down 40% and expenses only down 10%. And still, that's in a deficit of 3 people and the aerial survey. So
All right. All right, so we'll vote. All in favor of moving the assessor's salary to 115,000 a year, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
yeah,
All right. Okay. We'll move into treasurer. Treasurer's requested a $6,000 increase from 30,000 to 36,000. Any discussion on that?
is this actually considered an FTE?
No,
No,
it's part-time employee.
so this gets confusing sometimes. It's not really considered, if not for the budget, there's not really an FTE associated with that.
Okay.
If you look at the notes in the report, when this was originally set up, because it used to be a full-time position many, many years ago. And the board at that time, in the compensation committee, when they changed it, they used, I believe it was a 0.25 is what they basically did to calculate to come up with the original salary. But other than that, the wages are not truly based on an FTE calculation.
Okay,
So it has been a flat out annual salary is what's been established. And then the changes, any increases that were approved in the past were a flat increase to the annual salary in recognition that it is essentially a part-time.
it looks like it's
Position, but
been
it's
locked
not.
at the same position for a long time,
Yeah, right.
as some of the other counties.
Well, I'll start this off. Well, again, I believe in valuing our employees or, our elected or appointed officials. I know we don't have a lot to spend, and as I look at other counties, they don't move very much at all. Everything has stayed relatively the same and it's gone up minimally. She's asking for 36,000 a year, is that correct?
20% increase.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the cost of living increase, do we know? Cost of living in Yamhill County, I don't know, is there a?
What it went up, what the COLAs, what were the COLAs?
Yeah,
I mean, is that how we'd
Um,
look at this?
are you talking about the collective bargaining agreements or, because each of our contracts have a little bit different negotiated COLA that's
Mhm.
factored into each one. So it's kind of two different questions. If you're just kind of asking for the
Okay.
general cost of living for within the county, I don't have that data.
And is that really relevant for the
Probably
elected
not.
positions?
Probably not, but as I look at other counties and what they've gone up, I mean, we're talking about going up $520. We're talking about going up, some cases going down, I guess. Or staying relatively the same.
These are, I mean, we've had it at 30,000 for a long time without an increase. It is a large increase,
20%?
20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and
And it is it is a part-time position, not a full-time position.
yeah. And I'm just looking at, I mean, it's hard to get a complete comparison because they're all over the place with different responsibilities and
Yeah, they're not, I don't think they're
there's a
not
lot of
bigger
apples, yeah,
out there probably.
yeah.
I mean, I'd stay with the budget. That's a proposal I would make. If the budget's 2% shift, I'd say stay with the budget, but that's just me. I tend to follow the numbers.
So you're saying that do the 2% or just,
Just do the 2% based on that's where we're at on both revenue and expenses is about 2% for the overall budget. And I think this position is reflective of the overall budget.
you have a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, I'll second that emotion.
And any further discussion? Great. We have a motion to increase the treasurer's salary at a 2%. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Clerk. We have a 4% request. I could see following along with your logic on our last one.
I'd say the only thing with the clerk is, and again, I just refer back to kind of my decision tree, revenue against expenses comparison comes first and then performance. And I assume she's been doing very well because everybody referred or made mention the ladies are parked here early and they're leaving late. And then she has longevity because she's here 10 years. And I think market conditions probably also are a consideration. So maybe 3%.
And significant overtime.
Yeah.
At times.
Yeah. And you don't need the OT with the rest of the staff, and they will tend to, if they're loyal, they'll tend to follow her in and stay an extra 2 hours to get the job done. And, maybe that's incentive to try to find a more efficient way to get it done inside of the regulated hours.
Yeah.
All right. Any motion?
Motion three.
Motion, okay, we have a motion for a 3% raise on the clerk's salary.
Okay, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have the sheriff who had no request. So we will move on to the district attorney. Was there a request by the district attorney? There was no request by the district attorney,
No.
and I would say we keep that as it is.
Okay.
All right. Is that,
Was there a motion made on the commissioners or was that just
We're
similar?
gonna leave it
no
exactly
action?
as
No
is.
action.
Okay. Okay, we just want to make sure we note that in the minutes, so.
all right?
Can we take a break for a couple minutes?
Is there any other questions, comments to compensation committee? All right, then we will close. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Is that a Jason?
This is so.
And help me out a little bit here. Am I reconvening deliberation?
So you're reconvening the budget committee at the point of deliberations.
All right, it's 12:05 and we're reconvening our budget committee deliberations.
Now, in the past, to help, just kind of facilitate things, because it's still fresh with we just had the compensation committee. A lot of times we'll go straight into the recommendations from the compensation committee.
Okay.
Each recommendation, and then the committee can
Deliberate.
make a motion, take action on those recommendations.
Okay. Let's do it. Who's got that list?
If it's okay
Yeah.
with the chair of the compensation committee, I'm happy to help.
That would be great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So the first item is the commissioners, and the committee had no recommendation, or is proposing leave things status quo, no recommendations for increases.
Are we acting
Chair?
on every single one?
Yes.
Yes.
I move that there is no increase to the commissioner compensation.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Bershauer and a second by Jason Fields. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes.
Okay. So I'll just go in the order of my list here. The next item is the assessor. And there is a recommendation from the committee to increase the salary from 108,291 to 115,000 per year.
Remind me, was that, because you talked about a lot of percentages. Is that 2%, 3%?
No, that,
No. he
Oh,
asked-
that's 6%. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
It's I just rounded up. but it
Okay.
was-
any questions, deliberation, concerns?
Yeah, when you're ready.
Motions?
for A motion, I have some discussion.
I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we set the assessor salary at 115,000 a year.
Got a motion by Motion by Denny and a second by Jason. Any further discussion?
I just want to say there's no question about the fact that our assessor tax collector is really well qualified, and it's just really a gift to have him here. I will go back to the fact that we just don't have a whole lot of money, and we've got an awful lot of holes to fill with the money that we do have to find. When you run for office and then run for office and run for reelection, knowing what the salary is, to me, it's an indication that this is, again, a service position. I don't disagree with any of his numbers. I don't disagree with any of his reasoning, but I think at some point, we're going to have to say, when we don't have it, we don't have it. So I'm going to be a no.
Chair, I just wanted to comment about our assessor. I've been his liaison for quite a while, and that department in particular is very well run, has had very little turnover. The camaraderie and cohesiveness of that department is pretty incredible. They're very efficient. They do a lot with not a lot of tools. And I don't ever fault anyone for asking for what they believe they're worth. I think that's a sign of a healthy leadership. And certainly that's what I've been taught over my lifetime. And I think that we have someone that's very qualified and would certainly be a huge loss to this county if he were to choose to go elsewhere. I hope that's not the decision ultimately. But we are in an awkward position. We're kind of in the same position that we are when we discuss and deliberate on, collective bargaining agreements. We're kind of in the balance, right? We have to weigh the needs of the county in terms of a governing body and producing services that the public expects with the constraints of the budget and natural constraints that we have based on our revenue. So I appreciate the discussion, the lengthy discussion that the compensation committee put into this. I know it's probably not what the assessor would like to see, but I'm going to respect your thought process and your decision.
I also would go with the recommendation of the deliberation committee. That being said, I truly do believe, like Commissioner Bershauer stated, that Derek put in the time and the effort to let you guys know what that position truly should be paid. But I go back to, it is an elected position, so that it is a very tough time to deliberate and what truly it should be paid. I mean, I go to what Derek, nobody ran against him, this year. I don't know what you could attribute that to. He does run his office very, very well and very efficient. The years past, we gave, what was it, a minimum of 3%, I think is what he ended up with. This year, it's a recommendation of 6%. Hopefully, in the future years, we can maybe increase that a little bit more to start catching up, because I truly do believe it's behind with all the comparisons. But I will go with the recommendation from the committee. Is there any other comments? So we have a motion and a second by Jason. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Let the record show that Jason, Commissioner Bursauer, Denny, and Commissioner Johnston voted aye. And Commissioner Starrett and Greg voted nay. And motion passes. What's our next item?
Sorry, I'm multitasking here. So the next item is the clerk. And sorry, my notes disappeared. Yeah, sorry. So the recommendation from the compensation committee was a 3% increase.
No, it's more than that. Oh, I'm sorry, the clerk. I thought we were still on the prior.
Yep.
My fault.
I would entertain a motion.
Salary 3%.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Denny, seconded by Jason. Is there any further comments?
Nobody works harder than our clerk. Nobody, at great personal expense to her health and her family life. And I am going to stay with my sort of philosophical approach to this, is that we don't have the money. I'm hoping that there will be an approval for a supervisor position in her office that will take some of the pressure off her so that she can get home before dark some days. But I once again, if we start tying these requests to cost of living or CPIs or anything like that, we cannot keep up. We pretty much had a difficult decision to make during bargaining, and we saw what happened there. The public employees unions have, it's an entirely different scenario. And these might not have been approved other than the way things shook out. So I would just say that I'm going to go with the fact that our electeds aren't getting paid what they deserve or what the market would bear, but we just don't have the money. So I'm going to be a no.
I am gonna echo that for this position. Carrie is fairly new. She's been at this, she ran when I ran, so she's been at it 2.5 years, almost 2 years, in her second year. So I would feel comfortable keeping it at the same rate as last year.
Chair, I agree with Commissioner Starrett's comments about how hard she works. I mean, she's 80 hours a week is just, it's insane. I don't know how she does it. She had the clerk had a pretty large catch-up last year, in part because I think it was trailing behind, but also there were some issues about her not actually receiving the salary, so there was kind of a catch-up. But I'm going to agree with both of my colleagues in the reason is because there's some asks from her department specifically that would, I think, benefit her in other ways that are maybe just as important, that would alleviate her the huge amount of time she has to spend juggling all of these things. Functionally would help her department be smoother. And also, there's quite a significant ask for election workers. And in my mind, that's non-negotiable. We have to fund that. The public expects us to run transparent and efficient elections. And so I'm looking at this more at the lens of, or through the lens of functionality for her department and really getting her the support she needs so that she's not working 80 hours a week. So I would not be inclined to support the increase this year.
Any other comments?
I mean, hearing what I'm hearing, can I withdraw my motion? And or do we just vote through and then redo a new motion?
We'll vote.
You can withdraw, right?
Yeah, you could.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, with time, but I'll withdraw my motion.
Danny withdraws his motion. I'll make a new motion that we keep, I'll make a motion that we keep the pay same as last year for the clerk's position.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Johnston, second by Commissioner Starrett. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. What's our next one?
So the next one, I'll just keep going in order. There was no recommendation on the sheriff. The sheriff is set by statute. We make those adjustments. You know, if the highest paid position receives a COLA increase in July, you know, we look at those numbers and then we'll recalculate to ensure that the sheriff is above that amount.
Okay.
But currently we're in.
Can you maybe recap what we did last year? Because it was different.
It was different. I believe you'd have to go into the minutes for last year. I mean, that was a bit of a change.
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe that the sheriff used to make, I don't know for how long, but he used to make
130.
about $5,000 or $6,000 more than his highest paid person.
Right, the compensation committee 2 years ago made it that the sheriff's salary shall be $6,000 more than his highest paid employee.
Right.
And then last year, that was changed. Right, that was a couple of years ago. And then last year, that was revised
100.
to more closely reflect the statutory language that it's. I'm stalling while I'm looking for notes.
Did-
It's either
wasn't
a
it
dollar or 1,000.
No, I thought it was 100, but
No.
Oh, I thought it was
There's three
$1.
different opinions
It's a
right
good
there.
thing
I
we're
think
looking
it
up.
might be a dollar, but I think for that, if it's more than, it keeps us compliant with the statute.
And I can pitch in as being the payroll manager with their incentives. It's a little bit complicated to calculate because at any point in time, under sheriff could get a longevity increase. So we need to make sure that we account for that without accidentally underpaying the sheriff. So that is the reasoning behind why it might be just more than $1 is because we have to back into it because of all the percentage incentives that they receive.
Thank you.
So it is $1.
It is.
And part of the reason we decided that was because last year there was a pretty significant budget add back request from the sheriff's department. So,
Right.
you know, if your department's under pressure,
The
I
motion.
just want to be clear though, that even though it is $1 more, if there are increases that flow up, he's also bumped up.
Yeah, because, oh, you closed, okay. I was like, oh, you found it. Because it was $1 more than the base salary. What's unique or some of the challenges we have with the sheriff's office is unlike all the other elected positions is you don't have all the various incentives. And there's been a long-standing practice that the sheriff also receives incentives. And so that's where it gets a little complicated with Tim leaving office and Sam coming in. There could be some variation in the incentives. You know, if you have a sheriff who is bilingual and possibly getting a bilingual incentive is replaced by a sheriff who's not bilingual and no longer gets a bilingual incentive, it skews those numbers. And so that's why it gets
Wow.
really tricky.
and if he has a canine, that really gets complicated.
Correct. Yeah.
So how would the motion be if we wanted to keep it the same as it is?
You could just say no change.
So I make a motion that we don't make a change to the sheriff's salary.
Seconded.
Made a motion by Commissioner Johnston, seconded by Greg. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want members of the committee to know that it's not that we're not giving him a raise. It's
Yep.
that his position is kind of complex when it comes to how it, you know, when these CBAs pass and they flow upstream, he is sort of on that sliding scale too.
Yep.
Based on statute.
You'll actually get a raise when his subordinates get raises
Yes.
or,
Because
You know,
it's so
he'll
close
lift
to
with the
the,
tide.
yeah.
Mhm.
Because we also extend that typically to non-represented employees.
Even if
So-
we didn't, it's forced up just from the closest next paid, which is
Under sheriff.
on
The
that page.
undersheriff.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes.
All right, next up is the district attorney. And, you know, again, this is the stipend is what, if there were any changes to be made, it'd be made solely to that stipend.
Yep.
And there was no recommendation, no action, no request and no recommendation made.
I recommend no change.
Second.
Motion made by Greg, seconded by Commissioner Bershauer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Yeah. who made it?
Greg made the motion,
Greg made the motion.
seconded by Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you. So the next one is the treasurer. And the recommendation is to increase the salary by 2%, which would take it to 30,600.
I would make a motion that we keep the same as last year.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just want to say Chris does an amazing job.
Yeah.
And she
really
has
does.
really stepped up the whole situation in the treasurer's department and been wonderful to work with. So this is not a question of, as I said, for any of our electeds on whether or not we think they're doing a good job. It's just looking at money and yeah, she does a great job.
Agreed.
Agree.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Commissioner Sterrett voted aye. Commissioner Bershauer voted aye. Denny voted aye. Commissioner Johnston voted aye. Greg voted aye. Jason Fields voted nay.
And that's.
Do I
all.
need to list them off like that or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's very helpful.
Okay.
So we can make sure we're capturing it accurately in the recording and in the written minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if I could just get just a brief moment to catch up on notes.
So this might be a good time if you have to get on the road and jump on that Zoom.
Oh. Okay. So
Ken,
I'll wait till the chair comes back.
if I needed to transition from live to online, is this a good time to do that? Or when would be the best time to make that transition?
It's up to you. I think if you could go ahead, are you just gonna, do you have the app or are you gonna call
What
in
is the app? Zoom?
Zoom?
Yeah, if you sent me that link, I could, or someone sent me a link.
Do you have the calendar invite in an email?
Yeah, if you, I'm sure, maybe.
We can send that because what you can do is we could take a minute and let you go ahead and sign in. And then if you're able to mute, because we don't want to get a bunch of feedback back and forth, but if you mute the speaker and the microphone.
Yeah.
And then you can unmute when
When you get there.
need to leave.
So, yeah,
Okay.
sign in now.
Admittedly,
He has to
haven't-
get permission from the chair to leave, right?
Well, technically, we just have to have a quorum.
Do we have a quorum?
Are you're signing in now, all right? Just to make sure you can sign in?
Yes, I will make sure.
I'm saying it's kind of a natural break, so.
Nashville to
before we dive into
Baltimore.
the list.
Yeah. If we want to take, do we want to recess?
Permission denied.
Oh. Do we want to?
Yes, recess. I'm gonna say 10 minutes. Be back in 5.
You can hear us okay? We're still in recess.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, perfect. I'll stay muted so you don't have to hear everything going on.
All right, sounds great.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're back from our 20-minute break. And we're gonna resume our deliberations.
Okay, so we're gonna try So what I figured I would do is I'm gonna share screen here and hopefully and I'll try to be verbal because, yeah, thank you. Denny probably won't be able to see it, so I'll try to do my best to verbalize the request. But I'm gonna share screen here.
While Ken's doing that, just as an update, Denny left. He's okay. He's now zooming in. He's just not here in person anymore.
Close the
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to read that.
or just X the, yeah. And hopefully.
Hey,
So-
guys, I can read that. I can zoom in on it.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's working fine.
I can't.
Hopefully you're not driving.
No, I'm not.
So I'm going to try my best to, those who've been on the committee are used to seeing the spreadsheet. I didn't print out things because I've been taking notes on it as we go. And so I thought we'll try something to see if we can do it here. What I thought, if it's okay with the chair and with the committee, did you want to start with the department requests or the community requests? Or is there any particular order you would prefer to go in?
I have no order. It's all got to get done.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so
Sounds like we're going community last.
So in addition to various edits that may have been made on the fly, during the presentations, there were several things that were noted in there. Probably I'm going to start with the actual add back requests and the first one is from the sheriff's office for emergency management, and they had an add back request to restore the senior records clerk position that they had cut. Sorry, I gotta move the screen around because okay, I can see it up there. I'll just look up there.
that full screen or not?
I think that's
Right on the edge. I can make it out, but.
You got better glasses than I do. I can't. I can see this one over here.
There you go. I can read that.
okay, now I can't read it. And I hate to scroll or mess with it. So the add back request for the senior records clerk position, and the memo is also, if you go to the sheriff's office section, you'll see a memo that's in there. The request is for $126,311. Now, as we're going through the deliberations, and I'm going to do some quick scrolling here, and my apologies. I have a couple things that are on this spreadsheet. So if a request is approved, then we also have to identify what funds are available to fund that request. And you can see that we have for columns, GF is general fund, discretionary funds. We have retirement reserve, which is another discretionary fund that we use for one-time accounts. We have landfill license reserve, retirement reserve is not discretionary. That's in the insurance reserve. The landfill license reserve is a discretionary account that we typically use for one-time requests. The ONC reserve that we use for one-time projects or one-time requests. Video lottery dollars, which is the no, it says we're live.
Are we sure we can print a copy of this?
Or email it.
Well, I prefer the printed because I'm right on the.
Okay.
Okay,
I can run over there real quick. and grab it.
we'll recess for a minute.
Or is it already?
It's
Denny, we are muted, just so you know. We're taking a slight break so we can get something printed out.
No worries.
They just all the neighbors that open up on them.
All right, we're back. We got everything squared away
Okay.
and Ken's gonna pick it up from there.
Okay, so that'll make it a little easier. I'm not gonna screen share. Sorry, Denny. I'll try to explain the best I can, but I'm also kind of struggling. I'll see if I can still screen share a little bit. So when you're looking at the spreadsheet and you'll see the requests, I try to do my best to track the various requests that have come forward. And then what I was going over is if you go to the far right, you're going to see the various columns for the funds that we may have available. And if you look down to the bottom of I'm talking columns J through Q, like for the general fund as an example, we have 1,077,959 that's in the reserve for the future right now. So if, as an example, if you approve a general fund allocation, let's just say 50,000, and everybody votes and there's approval for that, I track that and I'll enter that into that column, and that means that then the balance available in the general fund would be 1,027,959 if it was a $50,000 request. And so I have the balances there. We always include the retirement reserve because, you know, those are funds that are technically available for use, but if there's any proposals about using the retirement reserve, I think that's going to require a little more discussion about that, because again, we set those funds aside to help offset retirement and some of those associated increases. Landfill license, O&C reserve, you see the amount that's available. Video lottery, that amount that's available, that's what's in the ending balance.
I'm
I
not
don't have any
seeing
of that
amounts.
stuff.
Yeah.
You can just
All
tell
right,
it.
I'll screen share that part.
Yeah. or
And
just-
it could be, it's just a printing function. It didn't
Oh.
print. Sorry. If I guess I should have taken a print version and not just looked at this. So I have those about, and I'm happy to answer questions, but it's more, I'm going to be entering in and I have formulas and it reduces that. And so typically, I think most of you know how we kind of do this. We'll do it line by line, each item. We'll have the discussion. If there is a vote to approve, we also will discuss which fund we would pull the funds from.
Does that include the reserves? Because you had, like yesterday and the day before, you had multiple reserves in different categories.
That's what all of this, these are basically what I have in these columns
So you
are
can track all those reserves.
correct.
Okay.
Well, are you asking about the budget carryovers to the next year though for each?
Could be, if that's part of the reserve.
Because I don't,
Actually.
I think that's in each budget.
most
That's
of
in each
them-
budget.
Yeah, most of them had a reserve. You actually called it a reserve amount, not a carryover. So I'm not sure if we're mixing terminology or not.
That's a little different. Whenever you see a line that's not ending fund balance, if it's identified as a reserve, that's a restricted reserve. And we typically, outside of 1002, which is the general fund, we don't pull funds from that because a reserve for the future line is deliberately being budgeted because we have a planned expense in the future. So as an example, if Public Works is planning to buy a grader, but they want to save up funds because they plan on replacing that grader 3 years from now, but they want to put $50,000 a year in a restricted reserve, that's how they could save.
But they don't put a line item in for the grader.
They do. It'll,
Not until it's actually ready to purchase. At that point, they would.
So you track when you've got multiple, say you've got 2 dozen. How do you remember in each one, what that reserve is building for.
We'll make notes, we'll make footnotes in the budget. We'll also have the minutes will reflect that the department head came forward and said, hey, I've got this restricted reserve. This 50,000 is for the eventual replacement of a grader, which is going to cost 150,000. So it's for 3 years from now. And then next year, we've done this throughout the budget until they can demonstrate
I
that.
just thought that yesterday, especially when we went through those multiple departments, there were some unrestricted reserves that were in there as contingency funds.
There are an insurance reserve, but we don't use we keep those contingency and some of those are in reserve funds, but those are specific reserves for that fund. So these are the only ones that, the ones that I have listed on the spreadsheet on those columns are typically the only discretionary or the only places that we can really pull funds from to fund an add back request. Now, that doesn't mean that we're limited in just considering this add back request to that we have these funds in this account, and based on that, we can award or not, or backfill or not backfill. That's going to be one of the first things you're going to look at is the funds that we have available to act on that request. The other thing that I would highlight is, as an example, I mentioned yesterday during the sheriff's presentation that he doesn't have an add back request for the RMS project, but it does allow for you to discuss and consider something like, if I put out an idea, well, he had a $36,000 request for that RMS project, and I would recommend that we use O&C funds to fund that project to free up discretionary that the sheriff could use to fund Marine Patrol, as an example. So ideas like that, we can discuss it. It's hard for me to track sometimes or kind of pencil that out, but there's also some flexibility beyond just the funds that are here. I hope that makes sense. It's very,
It's still cloudy.
Right.
That's why I was asking,
Right.
besides the discretionary fund,
right,
those reserves or contingencies, or, because we're using similar terminology for
correct,
different reasons.
Correct.
Which ones can be applied elsewhere in the budget, which ones are restricted. They just
right,
either legally can't be moved, or
Yeah.
the risk is too high.
Correct.
Like in the insurance fund, you probably
Right.
don't want to move any of that money out because
correct. We need every
you're
penny.
leaving yourself
Right.
open to liability, so.
And you're still gonna show us the rest of these numbers somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to try my best.
Okay.
Okay. Let me check the print setting. I don't know why it's only printing that. So could have been the last time. So I'm going to do this. Print selection, and then that'll have the balances. And I'm gonna go back to this, and I'm gonna hit save. Never had this many technical difficulties with this. Okay. So I will email this to you again. And if Noelle can, or do you want me to? Okay. Okay, sorry for the technical issues. Gotta love print settings. So, and I'll give a chance for Commissioner Burschauer to come back. So I'm just kind of throwing out there some possible ideas, and I'm going to try to do my best. If I can think of some other ways to approach some of these things, I will. But, so the first item that was on here was the request for the senior records clerk position. So if the committee wants to discuss if there's a motion to approve the add back request, it's kind of two-part. One, if you're going to approve it, and then the second part would be where are the funds going to come from one of those categories. Or if you have questions about if there's other things that you saw during the presentations that you would like to have a discussion on about funding, and to do that, I'm kind of prepared to have those discussions.
Chair. I would, since we don't have the numbers up on the screen. Landfill reserve, how much is currently available in that one?
The landfill license reserve has $669,711.
Okay, and then ONC?
ONC has $514,614.
Okay, and then what's the ARPA LATCE?
So the ARPA, what we have remaining in the budget is $271,223.
Okay. So I think because this is now the time where we start to blend policy with the numbers. We have historically had a very bright line when it comes to the general fund discretionary that we don't go below $1 million, that we keep that consistent, which means that we would have $77,959 available.
Correct.
Retirement reserve, historically, we have always said that fund is off limits based on PERS issues and just increases over the years, just in case.
What was the first one that Ken mentioned?
The general fund.
Yep. Oh, it was general fund.
General
Okay.
fund discretionary, yeah,
77K balance if you leave $1 million.
Okay.
right. Landfill reserve, I think we've historically funded like one-time projects or needs or whatever out of that. Same with ONC. Because those funds are not being replenished. Video lottery, I want to be really careful with that one because it should technically be for our economic development director and department. And if we spend those funds down on other things, we don't have money for actual economic development projects and grants and different things that we do. Opioid settlement, we as a board have talked about that money being set aside for an expansion of services or one-time project. So on my sheet, I'm crossing these off as options because nothing that we have in front of us talks about, recovery services or anything like that. And then ARPA, 271,223, that has to be spent by December of 2026, right?
It
Yeah.
has to be obligated by the end of this calendar year and spent by December of 2026.
So that one actually has a time limit on it and no restrictions, right? Or
There's restrictions. It has to, I have to be able to justify the expense. There has to be some type of connectivity to impacts I mean, it's generic enough, but I still have to have, to justify the expense, there has to be some kind of connection to the pandemic recovery, revenue replacement, building resilience. There's a whole variety of treasury rules that are on it. So it does have to have, it's not, because it was something that we were working through with our auditors as well, that even those categories that are called revenue replacement, we still have to track where the actual expenditures are going. So we have to be able to say that, I will say that the 277 that's remaining, is probably going to fall under that revenue replacement category, which is this, and I want to be careful. I don't want to confuse anyone too much because that's more of a treasury reporting aspect that I have to go through. But whatever we use it for, if we allocate those funds, we can use it for that. I just need to be sure I can track the expenditures and what we're funding it's due to. It looks like we stopped the live stream. And it says we're doing, so maybe we're okay. Okay, we're okay. I wish that thing would stop putting notices up. It distracts me. So that's the only, there are some conditions. I just have to be able to report on it. But
Okay.
otherwise, we have a quite a bit of flexibility. We've used the funds for nonprofit grants, we've used it for revenue replacement. We've given funds like to the fairgrounds, with the lack of revenue that they had with canceled events and scaled back events. So there's a lot of things that we've moved funds and used ARPA funds for.
Mhm.
It's just, that's the only part.
So the
Okay.
balance of those three funds that you have listed out, general fund, ONC and ARPA, will actually cover the listed requests on the top. There's no amount for dog control or admin, so I didn't add those in, but they'd cover those and there'd be 114,000 left.
Yeah, and the one part that I would be remiss, and I know I've mentioned this before when I presented ONC and landfill license and video lottery, some of these funds and ARPA, but in particular landfill license, ONC and ARPA, there's no additional revenues that are going to be coming into those accounts. So it's something to think about. That's why we've done one-time requests. So it's something to consider that, let's just say, as an example, if we did that and we funded all the add back requests using those funds, that'll deplete those funds and we wouldn't have any of those funds available for future years because we're not having additional revenue coming into landfill license. ONC is always up in the air. And there's no further ARPA payments coming to the county.
Yeah, and
So-
that's my concern is all of these, except for maybe dog control, which is more of a program, I suppose, are personnel departmental needs that will be ongoing. So if we're going to spend down landfill or ONC to zero, we're going to have a bigger problem next year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So my concern is that if you remove retirement reserve, landfill reserve, ONC reserve, video lottery, opioid, and ARPA,
I just talked about the 77 for grant, general fund, the ONC and ARPA, just those three.
right. But what I'm saying is that all of even if you look at just landfill, ONC, and ARPA, those are accounts that will not be replenished. And if we're looking at funding ongoing personnel costs, we're kicking the can down the road. And if we don't touch any of those funds for personnel, we literally have $77,959 to work with in the general fund discretionary. That means we can't cover all of this, which means we need to start looking at potentially where our general fund discretionary allocations are going in the larger picture.
Yeah.
The ARPA funds are good for how long?
They have to be allocated or, designated by the end of this year.
Can we look at some of the things that we can use those ARPA funds for and take those dollars and put them back in our general fund? So that we have dollars to spend on some of these other things?
Well, with ARPA, I mean, we've made decisions as a board to fund one time. It's a one-time,
But we only get to spend it
Allocation.
this year, correct?
we have to spend this down before December of this year,
And
or allocate it.
will you allocate it throughout the whole year? Is that what you'll do, or are we doing it
No,
right now to budget?
No, it would be now,
Okay.
unless we decide to do something as a board later, but
I mean,
Okay.
it could, I mean, right now it's in a fully appropriated line as it's built in the budget. It's there as an option for one of the add back requests or any of the add back requests as a possible funding source. But the funds are fully appropriated. So if we go through this entire process and none of the 277,000 that's in the ARPA fund is earmarked or obligated towards one of these add back requests, it's still fully appropriated and we would be working on other elements throughout the year to
Do
use
you
those
want to go
funds.
through these one at a time and qualify whether we want to address them or not address them? Because then we can either take them off the board or we can say, no, this is important enough that we want to keep it.
I guess what I'm saying is that to the points that you've made throughout the last 3 days, if you look at the discretionary fund on page 288, we had a $2.143 million beginning balance from the last fiscal year that is carrying forward. That might actually be a little bit more. But when you get down to all of our costs out of the general fund, we're only left with $1.077. So we're actually consuming
Right.
the entire beginning balance
Right.
for current personnel costs. And if we spend down these other things on ongoing personnel, next year, we're going to be in a worse
So
position.
that's a continuing conversation, at least in my mind, that I wanted to have this afternoon. I doubt if we'll have enough time, but part of it is how do we purposely look at some of this, like economic development? That's got 1.5 in it. And, what are we doing with that from an aspect of driving additional revenue? Is there a way to drive additional revenue? And I'll give you just a quick example. I was just talking to the sheriff when he was in here, and I said, do you have any outreach program for the public here that would drive additional revenue? And I said, I know my son-in-law is in the sheriff's department in Tri-Cities. They sell all types of like sweaters, sheriff's department, hats,
Sure.
other gizmos. The markup on those is all 50%. They buy it for 10, they sell it for 20. So they make about $2 million a year off of that because they sell it all year. I know I've got a couple of sweatshirts in my closet. So, are there things we can do with economic development that we put $1 in, we get $2 out? That benefits some of the departments or divisions. Sorry. I don't know if we're having those conversations because it's my first year. So I just think, it's I don't know if you can do that with a lot of these departments, like the assessor's office. I don't know how many people's gonna buy a hat with a assessor's triangle on it or something, but sheriff's department's a good example because people want to be involved in that. But there's got to be things that we can do that can be margin positive that brings money back in to run some of these programs. And to your point, Lindsay, I know it's not, funding it this year may not have a plan for next year. But the question is like on the assessor's office, that's $375,000. That's 3 positions and the aerial survey in there. Is that important enough to keep another year? And do we need to dig in and find a way to make that sustainable? Because I don't want to put anything in here that's not sustainable. If we have to list folks off, we might as well just do it right now. If we don't, then let's find a way that we can fund it every year, not just here and then do they have a job next year? I hate that. I think that's hard on personnel, not knowing if there's gonna be money for them to, have a career year after year.
Yeah.
One of the things I think we need to look at is, besides ARPA, which I think could plug some holes in dog control, since we do have the opportunity to do that. And because I think it's defensible in terms of the reaction and the sort of the impact of COVID on a number of animals that were gotten during that period of time and then dumped, and now they're in our care, that type of thing. But I think dog control is going to be a huge piece because we don't have the money. So I'm looking to ARPA to fill a big hole there when it comes to dog control. And I don't know whether we can prepay our yearly contract with them by a couple of years. But we also have to remember that it's going to be an ongoing cost. The other thing I'd like us to look at is HHS. We've been giving a $2.3 million allocation, which is something that the commissioners many years ago, but long before me, made this arbitrary decision to give 3% to HHS. That has become pretty much just non-negotiable and no one's ever questioned it or thought about it. But I also look at the grants that come from OHA. I look at the grants that come from the CCO. These are very large pots of money. And there are lots of opportunities to increase that with not only state funding, but also with CCO grants. I think there's more of an opportunity there to backfill some of the holes that if we were to use some of that. The other thought I had is that it is defensible to use public health money for dog control since it's a communicable disease and rabies is one of the things that they're tasked with per the OHA contract. And in some jurisdictions, it sits with public health. It sits with HHS to be able to not only to manage it, but to fund it.
You mean the dog control program?
Dog control program.
Oh.
So I look at it as it somehow got dumped in the sheriff's office. I don't think it's appropriate, nor do I think it's fair, but this is going to be part of a larger discussion we have about dog control, what to do going forward. We either have to build our own kennel, start a taxing district, tax people more, or figure out how we can use some of this ARPA money to buy us some time, help Homeward Bound get across the finish line with their project, and then fund it going forward. I'm going to recommend that some of this funding come from public health.
How can we down the road, if we do a blend, but give HHS time to see if we can pull dog control into that and fund it through HHS? How much for 1 year? What's the budget for 1 year to run dog control plus their ask of the 20K?
We'd need 85,000. I don't even want to look at their ask because they need another couple of $4 million to finish their shelter. So that's not even on the table. I don't want to look at any community grants right now when we really have to look at how to make ourselves whole here. What we need to do is come up with the money. We need $100,000 for the sheriff's office And we need $85,000 for the Homeward Bound contract for the year.
So is a year time sufficient enough for HHS to figure out if dog control can get wrapped into that and then find funding for it through?
I think that's another discussion.
Yeah, I think long-term, no matter what, we have a short-term, if I understand, there's a short-term need. There needs to be a Band-Aid applied, and then the
Yep.
long-term discussion is scheduled for a work session with the board in August.
Okay.
Because I think that's a larger discussion that's going to require revisiting the dog control ordinance, the organization, how we, because this all changed when we went from it being in-house. We used to just contract kennels but we still had dog control staff. So it was a hybrid. So they operated out of the sheriff's office. We had a couple of employees. I think it was a dog control officer and a records clerk that essentially handled the licensing and did all those things. And then we contracted with kennels after the facility had closed. And then we went to this model, and that was a subject to pretty extensive multiple meetings, including a public hearing to make those changes. So I think there's going to be the long-term discussion with dog control, but then there's the short-term Band-Aid. Because no matter where it lands or the long-term plans, being able to have sufficient time to figure out the fiscal impact, where it's going to land, what eligible funding we have, I think it's going to be a much larger discussion than what we're going to be able to have today.
Okay.
So I'm recommending that if we don't use ARPA funds for this year, that we use HHS funds for this to plug this hole for this contract. So let's say we take $100,000 from HHS from our $2.3 million. And that covers dog control. And then also, or look at ARPA as a way to address an even bigger chunk of that contract going forward. So right now, we have to deal with the fact that there is absolutely no funding for it. But that's another, that's down here.
I mean, I'm fine using ARPA for the dog control contract. Realistically, it's for this year and that's it, because I don't know about prepaying or any of that. So that would be fine with me. Where I hesitate is using the rest of it for personnel. That does not feel right. I would rather use it for some of the other one-time requests. We've used ARPA for nonprofits for the past 3 years. So it just doesn't feel right to me to use one-time money for ongoing personnel needs.
No, but we do need to, what I was looking at ARPA for, not for personnel costs, because it's not sustainable, but we need to pay for the contract, and that would give us some time.
Right.
But I think, I'm just wondering if we could get more life out of it, more of that out of it. And so, yeah, I mean, wherever it comes from, we just need to get this year done.
So what you could do is it sounds like if you wanted to make a motion to use $100,000 of ARPA fund and move that into the dog control fund, that could be a motion for the committee to consider. And
We're sure it's
Yeah.
85.
I just said a
Well,
round
it's-
number,
it's-
100,000. Because what we could do is we'd do that, and then I would get with the sheriff and we would see what that $100,000 we'd build that into the budget and figure out what we could fund with that.
So, yeah, so I think it's 80, I don't know if it's 87,000, 85, 87. So, but there are additional costs. So $100,000 would at least give us a round number to work with. And then we could go from there. So I would make that motion to use $100,000 of ARPA funds to go to the sheriff's office to pay for the Homeward Bound contract for dog control.
All right, I'll second it.
right.
I would just want to clarify, because there's a community request for 20,000 from Homeward Bound, that's not part of your discussion right now.
No, I mean,
Okay.
if we have $15,000 left over, and if there's a way from that to get it to Homeward Bound for some of their supplemental costs, would that need to be a separate?
I
motion?
would probably do that separately because the first action, if based on the motion that's on the table, is an internal transfer from ARPA fund to dog control fund, where the other one is cutting a check to an outside entity.
So there's been a motion by Commissioner Starrett and seconded by Jason. Is there any further discussion? And this is per bringing 100K into the dog control budget from ARPA.
It makes sense if we're using ARPA money for one-time, hits to fill in
Yep.
things that,
One time, know it's going up front, it's a Band-Aid, and we're having a work session in August to come up with a long-term plan for this.
Mhm.
Sounds like we had this. We're on repeat.
Yeah.
We had this conversation last year this time too.
Yep.
So. Been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion, oh, Denny?
Can you hear us?
Yay.
I can hear you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Thank
okay.
you.
Motion passes.
I hear what you were saying, Lindsay, about ongoing personnel costs and having a sustainable revenue stream, not dependent on just a stopgap. So what about a consideration of HHS funds being pulled over for the things that we actually need they need to be sustainable personnel expenditures, both in Marine Patrol and the assessor's office.
The one thought that I would just share is if we're considering doing something like that, I think it would be worthwhile to hear from the director, and because it's not as simple, because it's not necessarily we're pulling from reserve funds that HHS has, based on their revenue portfolio. And I can't verbalize exactly what the downstream effects would be if you pull $100,000, and if we reduce their general fund allocation by 100,000, where that impact would occur in HHS, if that makes sense.
Well, I would
And-
hope it would occur in the 15 or 16% vacancies that we have.
Yeah.
I mean, HHS, the budget has ballooned, 200 to 300% over the past 5 years, you said at the beginning on Monday?
Yeah, and their
The
budget is
reality-
full staffing, and they don't have full staff.
They
So-
don't. and they
Except
actually-
for, I can't say with the definitive that those surplus funds are the result because they're underspending their general fund allocation. Any cost savings or anything associated or underspending that could be occurring is probably in other revenue categories as well. That is a mix of discretionary and restricted funds. So that's why it's convoluted, it gets really difficult. And if you look at you can look at the handout that Director Manfred provided in her presentation, where she shows how the
2.2 and change.
2.2 million is distributed with the various programs. So if you reduce, by 100,000, the discretionary allocation I'm not sure what that would mean downstream or how we would apply that effect.
We're looking at,
2.264.
yeah, we're looking at other departments that have significant shortfalls, and we see that they're pretty basic needs. I know that we do not give that amount to anybody else. I mean, that's, $2.3 million. That is discretionary funds from the general fund. And while we look at what other departments are facing, I don't think HHS is immune to that. And yes, we've become really good at being able to braid all the funds and use state and federal funds to get some programs up and running. I think we have to remember that those still are general fund dollars. And if we're looking at every single reserve account we have to pull from to get some of these others made whole, how do we not look at this $2 million that we give in discretionary funds to one department and not look at that as an option? I don't think it's fair to the other departments.
Well, I would agree. And I think that, like I said, we can kick the can down the road and use landfill and O&C, but we're going to have a tough conversation next year if we do that.
There's nothing left.
There's
I've
nothing
never
else to
seen
pull
it this
from.
low.
And
Well, some of this is, everything we're talking about right now is personnel. So you're really talking about them laying them off. And those are fairly qualified people, I mean, they're not going to be people you pick up. They're
Well,
not generalists.
sure,
So-
but the add back requests are critical positions for those departments.
Right.
Functionally, the add back for the clerk's office is desperately needed. The Marine Patrol desperately needed. I mean, it's a critical function. The assessor's office cannot afford to lose 3 people. So we have to look at shifting where we're pushing money out of the general fund and make sure that these departments that are so dependent on the general fund can survive. It does not feel right that one department is ballooning by 300% and yet the rest of our departments are starving. That doesn't quite work. So.
Which is not to say the need is not there. But I also know that there are, the core functions of county government are all reflected in these requests. Sheriff's office, the clerk's office.
Yeah, and my point earlier about the beginning balance is even if we are being really conservative about our revenue, so let's say, we've already brought in what we budgeted for 23, 24, and we could potentially receive more than that. We're consuming that in the next fiscal year already before we even get to this discussion. It's being consumed by personnel increases. The vast majority of it is. So I just don't, unless we shift internally, I don't see how this is sustainable.
Well, I think it's an uncomfortable discussion, and nobody wants to play lifeboat with any of our departments. Everyone starts to eat their own, where they're like, well, we're more important than this. And HHS is more important than the sheriff's office, and the clerk is, and then it becomes some infighting. And I think we're in a position where we have to make some really tough decisions. I've never seen the budget this sparse. When we look at our reserves, they used to be so healthy. And now we're looking at basically cannibalizing them just to make payroll. So I'm looking at we've got a position in administration, which is a senior management analyst. And then we could perhaps, use that money to pay for the sheriff's office, which he's going to have to lay off without us paying that. So it's like, where do we do this? It's triage. So that's why I start to think about where can we cut in our departments so that we can make the core departments whole.
Did we, I mean, I left the room, but the HR position that we talked about adding, is that not a point of?
Oh, I
discussion?
didn't put it on the list, but
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's all the needs and then there's where do we get the money from? So that's why during compensation committee, I felt like, the bad guy here. But then we come to this and it's like, well, that sounds nice when we're all telling everybody that they should get a raise. But where's it coming from? So here we are.
Just reviewing the HHS budget and, their revenue stream has increased considerably over last year. I mean, it's 25% in the first two categories on revenue and like 17% on their larger one. I haven't looked at the overall expenditures, but I don't think the expenditures are growing near that fast. So, they're having a much higher revenue increase than they are money going out now. The other departments, the other smaller departments are almost the opposite. They have a low revenue increase or even a decline, and their expenses are going up faster than their revenue stream is. So this is one department that's doing the exact opposite.
Right. Well, it's 97% funded by state and federal grants. So there's a reason why other counties don't supplement HHS. I mean, that's a lot of money coming in for them.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at your other departments that are falling down and looking at cuts year after year, you're going to shift. You can't have departments failing and have one that's, very large and well-funded. It doesn't work. The overall picture doesn't work.
And just by size, with the 15 open positions, mostly is what's reflected on the increases in those,
The 15%.
right?
Yeah.
I know we're just kind of discussing what we got. We got dog control off the list. Can we go through, is there stuff on here that we can maybe agree that we can just axe right now? So we can at least eliminate some things off the list?
Well, I would like to have ARPA fully appropriated. I think that we are now 6 months away from the deadline. I think we need to appropriate that money so that we're not having to tackle this later and then it's under the gun last minute. That would be sort of my first priority, is to take that off the list.
So we got 171K of ARPA left.
271.
No.
And
No, we already pulled 100.
Oh, after the dogs. Okay.
another suggestion I was going to make is based on the amount that we have left, even though it wasn't an add back request. But depending on what you're going to do with the assessor, another option might be, because I know being able to do things remotely and to minimize it's a building resilience for COVID and everything else. And I know that was helpful to the assessor's office, but his aerial project
Yep.
might be a good example of having funds available to fund being able to do the next round of flyovers this year.
important.
80.
75 it's 75 for twice.
Oh,
a year.
each time.
No, twice a year. Oh, it was twice a year.
No,
I'm
it's
pretty sure.
one.
And it
every
doesn't have
2
to fund
years.
the whole thing.
Maybe something
Maybe it'll
or
close
something.
the gap, and he has some additional funds that may come available during the fiscal year to close that gap. But I was just thinking, I can't remember if it's, and if Derek wants to email me the numbers on that, because I have a hunch he's watching.
I think
So-
it's 75K per
75
flight.
each time. and
Or
it
no,
was
150K per flight and you pay.
Over
yes.
2 years.
But I thought it flew twice a year.
No. Over 2 years, but you're paying 75. So if there was 150 that went to buy us a couple of, that would be to buy us 2 years.
I mean, it keeps us up to date and
Yeah.
that could be beyond being, I mean, income wise, it keeps us up to date and it could, you know,
Recoup
lead to
that.
more tax income. I wish he could speak to that.
So.
Hmm.
If that's
There he is.
150. Never far from.
Worse than Google and Alexa.
Right?
Yeah, on the air.
I didn't
air
need a
telemetry
beaver
flight,
shirt.
the flight is every 2 years and it's 150,000. They bill you every year, so you get half of it each year. And there's nothing in the budget that I proposed for a new flight. So I think someone had mentioned we want to make sure and ask for, as part of the aspect that was going to do a new flight in 2 years. That's not part of it. The aspect was civil
Right.
personnel.
Yeah, I
Okay.
said that.
I
you
don't know if I was
didn't-
just walking down the hall when that happened.
No, I clarified that that wasn't part of your add back request, but we were talking about
We would love to have it.
possible obligation of the
That's
ARPA
gonna
funds.
be-
And that leaves 21K.
And that's such a small amount. I mean, because one thought is you could obligate the full amount.
Homeward bound. That's $20,000.
Eric, what do you see that as potential gain or income for the flight by staying up to date?
Are you looking for an ROI?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's the absence of additional staff. So I'm not gonna find so much in omitted property tax that it's gonna raise the tax base significantly to compensate. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Thank you for the question. So the question, what's an ROI, or how can we find
Put value.
reason for the program? Well, how does it support fiscally? And it's not so much that we're gonna find a bunch of omitted property. We went through that process. When we had not inspected everything for 30 years, then we did the flights. We're like, we've got buildings everywhere.
Right.
We've covered that. We've crossed that bridge. What it is now is, instead of adding 6 bodies, that's one of the tools I'm using to still get the appraisals done, that the Department of Revenue, who believes I'm 75% staffed, that's how I fill that gap. Yeah.
How would that affect direct to your request for your FTEs here then? Because you've already came to us and said, I don't need that flight. I want these FTEs. If we bring that flight in, can we reduce this FTE or?
No, the flight's in addition. I consider the flight as sort of it's almost a luxury. You know, it's a great tool, but it's really expensive. Does it offset the expense relative to 4 or 6 additional employees? Well, yeah. But I know that's not in the cards either. We're not adding 6 bodies. That's not doable. But without the 3 bodies I put in the ask back, then you're talking about, from the DOR, the Department of Revenue, as the oversight agency for assessment and tax. And they would be looking at us being 50% staffed, and that would create notable problems. So, you know, the staffing model is what it is. I've proven it can be done with less, but cutting additional bodies out of that is going to be a real stretch.
Okay.
The other thing I want to sort of clarify, and or at least bring to the table for this, for you guys, and I'm going to step out, I've got other meetings, but to the point, Lindsay, you talked about on page 288, and looking specifically at the property tax revenue forecast for next year of 28 million, whoever's got it in front of them. can quote it.
5182.
And then the prior year tax collection of, I think, 500,000 was put in there. So
288
288.
It was, well,
prior year
yeah,
tax.
500,000.
and the one above it's 28 million, one something. Okay, so Ken had mentioned at the beginning on Monday that sort of the overview, and then in the administrative review of that particular line item, that it was a 4% increase, conservative 4% increase from year prior. What I also want to share with you is that to date, with 3 months left in this year, we've already collected that 28 for 400,000 and some change. So what's not being reflected in the projected budget in that line item is any increase over this year. We have 3 months left to go and 1 payment left in May, which will probably pick up 1 or 2% of the outstanding levied tax. That could put us closer to ending this current year at 29. If you're going to add anything to that, it would be a different number. If you held it flat, then it's something like what's in there now. Where I have challenges with that is there isn't a scenario in the last 20 years where the property tax base has not increased at least 3%. That 3% minimum is all driven by Measure 50. If you look back at the 2023 and 24 year that budgeted the property tax increase, so now on the left side of that page, we held it flat. We held it flat at 27,700,000 for year over year. That's not what happened, because we actually increased 3%. That's going backwards. You guys will work on that. All I want to shed light on right now is that the budgeted number that's in there, we've already collected that much this year. And I am 1,000% confident we'll at least collect that next year.
But if that's how we budget it every single year, then I feel like we'd almost be robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we did that for all those prior years. If you don't keep that the same, at least that's kind of how I'm processing it. If you always keep that 1%, let's call it reserve there or whatever, now you're robbing, now you're making now you have to do that next year also and close that gap. And maybe that's what, we need to do, but man, that sure makes things tight for years going
And
forward.
I am very confident and very comfortable with the numbers that are built into the budget as far as those projections, because we do early in the process, we do the outreach. We have a formula that we've always used, that we look at the collection rate, we look at the discount, there's other numbers we take into account, and I just am not comfortable, and I would never budget a number. The closer we get to budgeting that closely, all we need is a downturn in the economy or something slightly off. I would rather at least have somewhat of a comfort. And the reason I budget so conservatively is I would rather we end up over collecting in that year than to reconvene the board and the budget committee mid-year because, hey, it looks like we missed that number and we over budgeted and we're not going to meet the revenue projections. The other part that I would still caution is when you look at the discretionary allocation table, we still allocate out more than what we receive in a fiscal year because we have all those other additional revenues. It's not just property tax driven. All those other revenues that can be variable at some cases that we have to rely on. So right now, if you look at the total revenue, because we're using those beginning balance numbers that in each year, because we're conservative in our approach, that yes, it's correct. We usually come in a little bit higher than what we budgeted, but that we utilize that balance to then support the discretionary allocation each and every year. And so the more that I increase that number and we're still at this current allocation rate, if I were to bump that number and increase all the allocations, then next year we'd be looking at a deficit. And the whole intent is I don't want to build a budget or build a discretionary allocation that all of a sudden, this is one of the more challenging years that we've had, but this is nothing compared to if we had to go into this budget and we're cutting 10% of the budget or having to be that reactive every single year. And so I really stand by the numbers that are built into this budget. We have the numbers, we put that through a formula, we build that into the budget, and I'm confident with what we have built in there, it's sustainable and we're able to do the allocation for this year. But the more we allocate and the more that ending balance number, one, we're not going to have that budgeted reserve for an operational reserve for next year. And then we'll start running into deficits in the future.
Can I just jump in here knowing we're going to lose one of our budget committee members when he has to get out of the car and get on a plane? So I think this is a good discussion, but I think it's great that our budget officer clarified that because it would be tempting to go that route, but to change horses in midstream, I think would potentially cause us some problems.
And I want to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that the approach is incorrect. That if the conservative approach is what we want to do or this board wants to do, great. I'm just telling you the numbers are what they are. And we've already over collected what's been budgeted for next year. And I don't see a scenario as the tax collector that the 3% is not going to happen. And it also happened when we left it flat 2 years ago. It's going to happen again this year at a minimum. That's for you guys to deal with. That's just my only comment.
Thank you.
Based on
Thanks,
what Lindsay said earlier about wanting a sustainable revenue stream for any personnel reallocations on here, I'd propose we look at where the personnel aspects are And then either say, yes, we want to fund them or we don't, total them up and take that from HHS, because you're gonna have one conversation with HHS. And that's the biggest chunk out of the entire budget. You just have that conversation with them, and that's a sustainable amount out of the, you know, discretionary fund every year. So if you can fund them, you can fund them, and if you can't, you can't. And that would cover both the sheriff's personnel and
Derek.
assessment office and anything else that's on here.
That's $500,000.
So
Yeah.
can.
It is what it is.
Yeah, especially if they're sitting on, and I'm not saying long-term, but you're kicking the can down the road like we've been doing, but you're pulling from that 15% unfilled positions at HHS to fill this and to be clear, put the Band-Aid on it. And then go see if we can deal with that from an OHA and HHS aspect.
So I heard what you are saying. I understand what he's saying too,
Mhm.
but my concern is that if you look at discretionary, we had for 23-24 adopted budget 887, which was pretty low, right?
Get to exactly what you're looking
Maybe this
for.
isn't
Where
my
are you?
question too, but
What do you?
288.
Very top.
I just want to make sure that the point that's in my head is correct, the perspective.
What are you saying?
Okay.
Oh, I see.
So 23-24, the adopted budget had a beginning balance of 887, which is, you know,
Correct.
significantly lower
That was the
than
budgeted,
previous years, right?
right?
And I don't know where the 2.143 is coming from. It's not an audited number, but
There's two numbers. This is kind of what I mentioned yesterday, that we had an error in Fund 440. But there's two funds that were budgeted. You have the fund balance reserve, which is 30102 plus 30101. Those two numbers are contributing. You know, so you have to kind of look at both those numbers. There's a reserve for the future, and then there's the beginning balance. So yes, where the additional, the reason you're seeing that the budgeted amount was less than, it's because we ended up collecting more in some of our revenue categories, more than the 800,000. So if you look at it, it's probably another million.
and is that property tax? Could be.
It could be, let me pull my. Because again, that's a projection. And then we look at actuals. It'll just take me a second.
Are you to the airport yet, Denny?
No, we're about 10 minutes out.
Okay.
Thanks for the update.
I guess what I'm trying to determine is that we're very conservative, as Ken was describing. But despite being that, when these numbers come in and we move to the next fiscal year, we are consuming a large percentage of that increase that we didn't budget for. So that's a bad trend, is my point. And
Personnel costs and material costs are expanding faster than the income is. That's just the facts.
right. But I think, I mean, what Derek is saying is we don't have to be so conservative perhaps, but even if we aren't, we're still consuming the revenue. So,
Good thing about looking at HHS as a revenue stream, or redirection, is that you don't make any adjustments to the general fund, and you can leave it intact. Because I think you're only gonna have one conversation with them. They're either gonna agree that, you know, it's something that we can do, or they're gonna say there's no way it'll throw the moon out of alignment and it'll crash into the sun and that type of thing, so.
Because essentially if following that is, and so how this kind of works for us, kind of behind the scenes on how we would handle this. So if a department or if someone, if their discretionary allocation is reduced, that would go back into the, you know, into this fund, and then we would reallocate it out to another department. So it kind of comes back into the, what I call the discretionary bucket, to a certain degree. So, you know, there's a couple other, you know, because there's other cost savings approaches too that also accomplishes the same thing.
Does anybody else see where $600,000 would come from? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where else
Well,
to pull from.
It could be landfill or an ONC, but
Then
then
it's gone.
it's gone. So
No, I think those need to stay where they are because there's not hardly anything left of them. And, you know, as we've done forever, we've always budgeted really, really, really carefully and lived beneath our means. And now we're seeing that there's a benefit to having done that. We've got some breathing room, but there's no more breathing room. And I don't know where else to look except ARPA and HHS. We don't have any other buckets of money. We don't.
Well, if that's pulled back into the general fund, then it's sustainable. You know, theoretically, you can use it
Right.
for wages year after year.
Right, and I would look to Commissioner Starrett as the liaison to HHS to have those further discussions about, okay, how is HHS going to adjust internally?
Well, actually, that would probably, it's actually gonna start with me, because if there was any changes to the discretionary allocation going to HHS, I'd be working with the director, because we would have to enter those changes into the approved budget to reflect those changes.
Well, but there's policy in that too. I mean, I'm not willing to,
Mhm.
you know, gut the Veterans Services budget. So there's
Right.
going to be policy discussions about how the reductions are implemented.
Yeah, I think we just have to remember that that number is not hard and fast and non-negotiable. Other counties don't do what we do. It's great while we can do it, but when we can't do it, I don't know what our options are. Nobody's gonna want to voluntarily say, yeah, take $500,000 out of my budget. When you get used to living up to that amount, you live up to that amount. And they've done wonderful things with the funds that they've been given. We're not there today.
Ken, are there any match requirements from the dollars that come from the state or the federal government?
I don't know. You know, because there's so many different grant programs that are coming into HHS, I couldn't give like a definitive answer on that.
They send, they send funding that has restrictions based on a program element.
Use it, the use.
You use it for immunizations, you use it for reproductive health, you use it
only
for
thing we've
this,
done
and there
is
are parameters to what you can use it for. But I don't know that there's been anything but required match that I can think of.
I'm sorry,
Anyhow.
I gotta be careful because I want to make sure the minutes.
Anyway, we're gonna lose Kenny, Denny.
Okay.
Whatever his name is.
No, I mean, not Ariel.
Oh, yes, 150. We had not done anything with that.
Okay.
So do we have a motion somewhere?
We had a motion from Mary and a second by Jason, but we voted on it,
That's for dog control.
On the dog control.
on the dog control, okay.
Are we looking for a motion for HHS?
Are we looking for a motion for Ariel? Did we do anything?
We were discussing Ariel, Derek came in, and then we got off on how to pay for other things. And
Well, do we want to make a decision on using some of that ARPA money for Ariel? that would be 150.
And
What about NREC?
if
And-
it helps kind of keep things moving along, the fact that we don't have an add back request for the aerial
Right,
and that it's not something that requires any action. I have the funds fully appropriated. If it's discussions that we need to have outside of this meeting about that 277,000, we do have those funds available, but it doesn't necessarily need to hold us up
Okay.
on the budget deliberations.
Okay.
If, sorry, I put it out there, but that is something that, because we do have those funds fully appropriated. So it is a decision that we could have with Derek outside of this about doing that if the board would like to pursue that.
okay, I agree.
Do that.
Yep. So how do we want to proceed here? I mentioned if we go through and let's axe stuff that we can all agree on that we don't want to fund, and let's just knock it off the list. Or we can get this, we were headed down the road of getting the ARPA fully allocated per Commissioner Bershauer, how she wanted to do that, but then we went down the rabbit hole of the flights. So now we're kind of circled back again.
Well, I think the flights are, the benefit is, you know, 3-4-fold for us in terms of saving.
Agreed, and
Personnel
Ken
costs.
says we can decide that later if we
Right.
want to move on,
Sure,
so.
I'm just.
So I.
So-
I
Which
would-
means we're gonna leave the ARPA there
Right.
for now.
Talk about the sheriff's fire district. I hate to.
Wait,
Excuse me,
Oh, am I?
can we just deal with the ones that we have in front of us in
Okay,
terms of
on the top?
personnel shortfalls? Can we
Yeah.
just
Yep.
go one
Yeah,
by
since we're
one?
already,
Got it.
yep, down that road.
I don't know that we need to go one by one. I think
Oh.
the
All
clerk's
person-
position
yeah.
and
Marine,
Marine Patrol is a critical need. There, it makes no sense to me that we're pulling a deputy from Sheridan to get a boat out and go respond to somebody drowning. It's just not happening.
Agreed.
Assessors positions, I think, are critical, and I think the clerk's request for well, that includes it all, right? That's everything. The election expenses, election workers, and the supervisor, whatever difference was in the supervisor position.
Actually, the supervisor position is not going to require any action because
Well,
per the presentation, she said she
Okay, I
was
thought-
not,
I thought
she
there
was
was
going to
another-
edit the FTEs and not fill that and instead move the FTE to the supervisor position, and it's a wash.
So cross off the clerk?
no,
No, the clerk still has the request. What you have on the list is the 206,000. That's the add back request for elections, for election worker. That doesn't include.
just tell me which one we're crossing off.
It's not on the list. I already
Oh.
took it off.
Oh, you did? That's sad. I thought we were gaining. Son of a gun.
so it's for election personnel. The extra help, I can't remember what that was specifically. And then election related costs that are going up that she doesn't have money for.
You'll see a table in the memo. It's for election workers, for central supplies to cover mailings and ballots, and there's postage, and then there's software license and maintenance fees for their software for their programs that they have. So
Those four on the top are $735, 488. Page 4 here. that
So
we're
on
talking
page
about.
254 is where in Carrie's memo, she outlined
That's these four right here.
So how are we getting to the 206? Aren't we at,
that's gonna be a question for Carrie.
I think it's less than that.
Minus 66,000. Is that, did you take that off, Ken? That position, is that included in her 206?
It's not, and this is where, because I saw the itemized line and I had the same question. But you're gonna see that she also added as part of the request is 120. She wants to have $120,000 to go into a reserve for the future for equipment replacement. So so if you look at the itemized list, you had 60,000 for election personnel. You had 95,000 for central supplies, 5,000 for contractor services, 50,000 for postage, 75,000 for software license and maintenance fees, 7,500 for safety and security, and then 120,000 for reserve for the future. And then that's where you got the total of the 206,000. That last line in the table is not a total. That's in addition to.
Did we end up taking from Carrie's reserve last year?
No.
No.
The one thing to keep in mind, what Carrie's dealing with is unlike a lot of the other departments. If you look at her general fund allocation, it's only 86,000. So historically, this has been a self-sustaining office based on the revenues received, not general fund. General fund is a small portion of what she has. And so the request is, because that was funding functions when the revenues are good, but when you have that downturn, it's not as simple as just saying, well, we're just not going to provide that service because there's elements of her program she has to do. And so this 206,000, which includes a reserve for the future.
I don't know how she's getting to that number because these aren't adding up to that.
Well, how do we move forward here?
Hey, guys, I'm gonna have to jump off in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, Danny.
I guess if I was just to summarize a little bit from what I'm hearing, I agree with most everything being said. My thoughts would be the essential people. I don't know about the reserves for the future at this time. That's up to you guys to discuss, but the essential people and services, I would take out the ARPA funds, the balance of that, go talk to HHS and try to balance that out.
Okay, we got it. Thanks, Denny.
Any other particular thing that you wanted to note or mention?
Not necessarily, I guess on the request from the community, I think that's really tough this year. It's hard to know where to pull from because some of those organizations I personally support and I think they're amazing and I wish there was a lot we could do, but it's hard to pull for other organizations when we're trying to figure out how to keep our own boat afloat right now.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Denny. Bye, Lucetta.
All right. So I'm also having a tough time duplicating the request and what's in the table of what was being requested.
Well, she put it in the last paragraph.
Yeah. And
But-
so I was going off the last paragraph, but when I look at the table. Yeah, I'm not 100% clear on.
So do we go with the lesser amount right now? Since there's 120K that's reserved for next year, then
I would make that 615, 488,000
Total. Of our total.
of the labor in
well,
that,
the top four lines.
right?
Oh,
not giving her the 120,000 reserve, just applying for the personnel requests, the add backs. And that would cover all of them. I'll make a motion that we request that amount to be adjusted from HHS to the general fund to be reapplied to these categories for personnel.
And what was the total you came up with?
$615,488.
I think I got it. It's the difference column. Yeah, I was just starting to get that, but I need to make sure I'm tracking this. Thank you. So we got that figured out, the clerk's office request.
So the number is correct then.
It's the difference column. Okay,
Yep.
so sorry,
That's all right. We have a motion.
we restate the motion.
Go ahead. and-
The motion is for us to reallocate $615,488 from HHS to the ASBACs that are on the sheet. Have that come back into the general fund and then reallocated to cover these positions.
Do you want them specifically noted, Ken, or just line 1 through 4? Or that doesn't work either because it's 488.
488.
So before we get to that, her reserve request was 120,000. That was for an anticipated, the ballot measure around ranked choice voting.
Choice.
If that happens and we have to scramble, I mean, she
Yeah.
can still come before the board and,
Yeah,
Okay.
I would probably recommend. I don't know if we need to necessarily pull that 120,000 right now. Because that could be, like you were saying, something that if that were to come to fruition, could come back and make that request, and then we could look at landfill license reserve O and C, because we do fully appropriate those funds during the fiscal year,
ARPA.
I
possibly,
think we
depending
spent
on
all
the
of ARPA,
timing.
Didn't we?
Not yet.
Oh, because
No.
it's reserved.
well, we won't know about ranked choice.
We put that off to the.
Oh,
side.
do
It
we
might
do-
not align with the
I thought the
timelines,
aerial
but we
flights,
have
yeah,
O and
but
C,
we're-
we have
It's still
this,
sitting there.
we have other funds that would be available in that case.
But we have a motion.
We have a
I'll
motion
second
for
the motion.
600. We have a second now for the motion that Greg made, seconded by Jason Fields for 615,488 to be drawn from HHS and allocated to lines
1 through 4, all the labor.
1 through 4 related to labor. I guess if. Does that sound adequate to you, Ken, or?
I have to think about.
Can we do it? Can we do lines 1 through 4 minus the 120,000 future ask?
Why don't we just do them one by one?
Okay,
Let's do them one by one.
all right. So do you want to
Uh,
rescind that motion or do you
be-
want?
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I was gonna say before you take action on that motion, I might need 5 minutes to think about. Because I'm trying to think how we get to an approved balanced budget at the end of this deliberation if we're pulling funds. Because then I have to figure out, how do we, yeah. So, I'm sorry.
5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay. Or do you want to rescind the motion first or figure out what you want to do first, just in case it stays the same?
Transfer funds.
I just think individually it's easier because we're reducing carries, or at least the idea is to reduce carries.
Yeah, it's not, I think that's fine. What I'm trying to figure out, because we're in new territory, that if the budget committee is going to deliberate and make a decision and a motion and approve, I'll just use round numbers, a $600,000 or $500,000 reduction in general fund revenue to HHS. I have to figure out how we implement those changes into the HHS budget, because that's gonna, it's not as simple as just take it from the
Right.
ending
Go
balance.
figure it out. Yeah.
I have to figure out, and I need to make sure that it's something that is still compliant with Oregon budget law, that we still end up with a balanced approved budget by the time we're done.
Okay.
So,
That sounds like more than 5 minutes.
well, it could be if I get into the individual lines, or, which I don't think we just need, that we're gonna be there. I'll probably just need to get with the team.
Isn't
And
it a transfer though?
It might be
Isn't
just,
it a one-time transfer from general fund
but
discretionary?
he's talking about how it applies to the line items in HHS and how it'll apply to the line items coming back in.
correct,
So it might be as simple as just like, looking at it for labor, it's $600,000. I'm using round numbers, $100,000 per person. She has 15 openings. 6 of those are just taken out of the budget. And that reduces, I'm being
Yeah.
real simplistic here, but,
yeah,
you know, for balancing the budget purposes.
right.
Not to say they couldn't add them back in later in the year. They have extra revenue coming in. They can do whatever the process is to place those back in.
Right. So I didn't, I'm just trying to.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's
5
take it.
minutes.
5-minute break.
Yeah.
Lisa, did you second that?
I did. So I have a motion.
Breaks over and we're back.
Okay.
Breaks
So-
over and we're back.
Thank you for a few minutes to consult with team. I'm still trying to figure out, and I understand that there's still a motion on the table. The question that I'm trying to navigate right now is because if we're talking a reduction in the discretionary allocation to HHS, and I'm trying to, unfortunately, it's not as simple as that. Yes, I could balance the budget by reducing their ending fund balance, and we have to kind of figure out, but the mix of restricted and discretionary funds and the way the HHS is set up, I'm just kind of verbalizing a little bit the struggle that I'm having right here is because at the end of deliberations, the budget committee has to approve the budget as amended and set the tax rate and do those functions. I'm trying to figure out on how we can reduce if $500,000 of general fund is coming. If we're reducing the discretionary allocation to HHS and diverting it elsewhere, I have to, as part of the budget, have an understanding on what the actual specific expense lines are going to be affected by that in order to put those changes into version 30 of the budget, which would then go to the next step. And that's where I'm struggling because if we don't have the specific target areas of where we're reducing and where it doesn't present, there's potential it's not a truly balanced budget and therefore might not be consistent with Oregon budget law on what's being approved. And if that doesn't make any sense, it's because I'm still thinking out loud and
Right.
trying to figure out what those implications are. I mean, I have a very, very unpopular idea that is probably would be that if we're not able to kind of have those answers to where a motion and then the committee feels comfortable in approving in an approved budget, we may have to extend deliberations into another day potentially. I didn't think that would be a popular, and I recognize that, especially the citizen members that are on the committee are.
Well, we're gonna be here tomorrow anyway. So Jason, what's your schedule for tomorrow?
Tomorrow I am committed in the morning through probably 1:00.
1:00. And what's on our, I haven't even looked at our agenda for Thursday.
Right. If
I
the
am
general-
300%
I
on
am at
Friday
your
though.
disposal.
Okay. All right, so we just have you.
Well, and Denny's not here, so we really don't even have a full budget committee.
I am 100% on Friday though.
No, we're not moving this out to Friday.
Okay.
No. So if we did our part in terms of what we're making a recommendation for, and then the other elements of this are pretty much the devil being in the details from your end, why would we need to further deliberate if what we're asking is basically, and now this needs to be executed?
Okay.
Nothing we can do.
Right, we're not
differently.
changing it. We've just told you that there's 100,000 less going to HHS is what we told you.
Right.
So now we need. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that with the process and the timelines that we're under, because today doesn't end the budget process and we can't really unring that bell as
Right.
far as what we have to do in the next steps for noticing and preparation for the budget hearing and everything else that's going to come to fruition as well.
If you had more time today still, could you get things figured out?
Like an hour?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go out on a limb here and say, if you look at how the discretionary is actually divvied up, the vast majority of the funds are going to public health and adult behavioral health. Maybe split the difference. I don't know. Because this is my point earlier. There's some policy views about this. Like veterans, I don't want to see a reduction in veterans. And some of these other programs, the amount of money that's going there is, fairly minimal, but could be pretty critical for those departments. So I don't know. I don't know that we need to get that
Which
granular.
makes it even worse, because now if you pull, let's say you pull from public health or adult behavioral, and there's a program in there that you want to keep, but it was grant funding or whatever that was restricted, now what are you gonna do?
The
makes it
public
even
health
worse.
budget is enormous, and so is behavioral health. Behavioral health got all of the House Bill 4004 money too.
So
This is a drop, in the bucket of those two departments in terms
4%,
of funding.
yeah.
this isn't going to be so much a decision for the board to make going forward. This is going to be for HHS director to realign with the funds that she's been given to be able to work within that budget now, which is what any department has to do when they're,
Yeah.
in other words, if we said to the sheriff, you don't get your position back, he's got to pivot. So I don't think there's anything else we can do other than what we have said is that this is what we'd like to see happen.
And to Commissioner Bershauer's point, if you pull from adult behavioral health, that's a 4% hit, which is probably easier to reconfigure and fill the void versus pulling from public health, which is almost 15% of that budget.
And there's an awful lot of, I think the CCO has extremely generous options for grant funding. There are more options available at the state level.
So does that make it even worse that we specify that it gets pulled from?
We
No.
don't need.
Oh, we're
that's
just
not our
pulling it from
job.
our, yeah.
That's not our job.
I was gonna say if there's specific areas, like if the motion ends up, if you withdraw it and revise the motion, if you got specific, because I do think it's important to give some clarity to it, that if it's a reduction to HHS, but should not affect certain programs I think we're gonna need some more specific, or it could be a reduction, but we'd like to see the reduction in these two areas or this area, or we'll navigate it in the interest of moving forward.
So we need to figure out the 615 and what lines that is. Are you willing to rescind your motion?
Sure, you want it restated?
Well, somebody needs to write it out because it's going to get super complicated by the time, because it's already complicated just with the 615, because that's not complete on lines 1 through 4. There's partial funding missing that we're not funding. Because my total for lines 1 through 4 is 735 grand.
Yep.
So somebody needs to be specific about the monies we want, and then we need to be specific about the programs we don't want affected that are covered by the general fund at HHS.
Well, I think that would be veterans.
So let's work on the first part. Let's get our request number down and what the specific is on it.
So, okay,
Okay, so I withdraw my earlier motion.
Motion's been withdrawn.
okay. So that's on the add back requests. So I can understand totals because it sounds like that's going to be the driver. And I think that's what you were saying the same way, Chair, is the records clerk fully funding that position included in this? And then the Marine Patrol
Yes,
add back
Yes.
request?
Yep.
And the assessor's office add back request?
yes.
Mhm.
And then, and
The
No.
clerk.
Well, I haven't got there yet. Yeah, Then the next one's the clerk's office.
Right. So
Now,
that would be afternoon, but that'd be $86,749 for the clerk's office.
So does that bring you up to 615?
Thank you.
I'm typing in so we
We're
can.
not done yet.
Justin, what did you get for the clerk minus the
86,749.
86?
749.
Thank you. It's been a long week.
Our math added up. That's good. Good to come up with the same number.
And that is just the labor portion of that.
It's, yeah, materials.
Oh, she's got materials and services in there.
Postage.
Right. It's just taking
Everything
the
but reserve.
reserve.
Okay, that makes it easier.
Software.
We didn't.
She
get a
didn't-
raise.
she didn't get a raise.
The reserve.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And then if I can throw in a very potentially unpopular and controversial
Sounds right.
suggestion.
Let's go.
In light of the needs and what we have, I would also like to recommend for the admin budget that we eliminate moving forward with the second deputy county administrator position, and I would like to divert those funds, reduce by that amount to the admin general fund allocation, to put that back into the general fund to help offset some of these costs as well.
I would be opposed to that.
I knew it wouldn't be a popular request, but
No, I think we can eliminate the senior management analyst and add that to the, what it's going to cost for a deputy. And that will offset that. Because as I said, I think we're adding to our admin budget and we just keep adding to it. And we never get to the deputy. And we've got some redundancies here in position. So I would be adamantly opposed to that.
Can we stay focused on the four? Because we're starting to cross over and I want to make sure we don't. Let's stay focused on the 4 items.
Do I have a second on motion?
We have to make the motion.
Oh,
We
I
were
thought
just,
we did.
no, we were making notes on the motion.
Okay. I make the motion that we secure the $615,488 from HHS and we apply it to emergency management, Marine Patrol, the assessor's office request, the clerk's office, minus their reserve of $120,000, which will equate to $615,488.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Do we have to specify from general fund going to HHS? Or do we all understand that that's what it's coming from?
I think it needs to be specified.
Let's specify from general fund.
Okay, specified from the general fund, or going back to the general fund from HHS.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Greg, seconded by Jason. Is there any further discussion?
My only discussion or comment is that a $615,000 movement away from HHS discretionary is going to require HHS to make some decisions. I want to make sure that those decisions are focused on eliminating positions that we have no bodies in. So vacant positions where we're not impacting our current workforce, And I do not want any veteran services impacted whatsoever.
Agreed.
Okay, I move to add that to the motion.
Perfect.
I second.
And we got a re-second. Awesome. Any more?
Do you want us
delib-
to restate the motion, Carolina? No, we got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes.
And make sure you note Denny wasn't.
And Denny Elmer is now absent.
For the next item, I'm going to recuse myself and step out for the discussion.
Which I.
Dog control?
No, we did that.
Item
Oh, that was
6,
ARPA.
line
Okay.
6.
Okay. There's $91,000 that we just found. If we can eliminate this senior management analyst, which has been focused on grants, this used to be a part-time position. A lot of it was spent on working on the trail. The trail is no longer part of our portfolio. There's also been, some work, in obviously, the job expanded to include other things, but I believe our economic development manager, whose job description contains grant management and grant writing. And I also believe that our departments are the first ones who hear about grants in their specific fields. Every department is conversant with where the grants are. So I think having a grant writer on staff is not something we need. I also know what AOC did, where they basically contracted out. They needed a grant, they got a grant writer. And I also think that it would help, $91,000 in our budget would help to, go towards the deputy position, which we have all seen we need. I mean, we need somebody to be working alongside Ken. So I think that would go a long way for us to not only save $91,000, but put it towards a position which I hope we can get filled by July 1st.
I move to eliminate the senior management analysis position.
We have a motion
I second that.
and a second. Motion by Jason and a second by Greg. Is there any further discussion?
None.
Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None. Show that Denny Elmer again is absent and Commissioner Bershauer recused herself or stepped out of the room. As soon as Commissioner Bershauer gets back here, we'll move on to line 1 under community requests.
So are we on HR now?
Oh, yeah. The handwritten one in. All right, moving on. Line 7, I don't know if everybody wrote a note down, but I have HR in line 7 for 73K.
We had I didn't know we had a number assigned to it, but
Oh, I wrote down 73K. I thought that's what it was. How much would it be? Or are we not even?
I just, it seems like over the past 3.5 years, there has been a consistent voice in my head saying our HR department needs help. And it hasn't gone away. And every time we've talked about it, and we haven't actually added to their roster to get them help. And I guess I'm concerned that if we don't, given what's been happening, you know, especially since you've been here too, I'm just worried that it's the overall impact of the workload ends up costing us in the end. I mean, I would love, HR does more than just react to things. They're also proactive, and they should have time to be supportive of our workforce and, you know, positively engaging. And I just feel like they don't even have time to do that. They're just putting out fires all the time.
What I'd like to propose is, hearing that discussion and that request coming is not to take formal action on it today. What I'd like to do is, connect with Patricia and Justin and sit down and see where that specific need is. Because at this point, I don't know if it's adding an HR analyst, if it's adding another HR specialist, or if it's adding, you know, clerical support or something like that. And that is something that we could come forward and report on, or maybe make a request prior to budget adoption.
Okay.
Or it could also be a mid-year request too, but it might be something that I could come back, you know, we could come back and report on prior to budget adoption without necessarily making any changes to the budget right now.
Okay.
Where would the money come from?
That would be the other part of the question. I'd have to pencil that out, where the need is, where the funds would come from. So, because we didn't, it's one of those cases where we're being offered additional FTE, but I don't have a answer to say that it would be this position and we can fit it within the budget and there's no additional funds needed to cover that, if that makes sense. But I understand if there's consensus with the committee, we can work on that outside of this.
I agree. I think the burnout factor is something keep uppermost in our minds, that burning people out is a very difficult job. So anything we can do to take the pressure off them over there, I agree.
Okay. So that doesn't necessarily require action right now, just further.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay.
Community requests, line 1, Lutheran Community Services Northwest. Ask is 100,000.
Chair, I want to just say that if we're trying to keep our own organization stable, I don't see that we really have the luxury of doing nonprofits and community requests. There are grants available. We don't have the option of you know, trying to get general fund money in here. So I'm going to suggest that we not make any community contributions this year, knowing that we're having to pretty much take from our own departments to try to backfill positions that are necessary. I don't see how we could possibly defend that.
Yeah, I think that would send a very negative message to the community that we reallocated funds from HHS and then we gave money away to nonprofits. I mean, I do think though we should put together a program to talk about what departments inside are the closest to what they're doing and how can they share like grant information with them so that they can try to partake of that money later in the year, you know, that be made aware that there are funds out there for childcare, or is that what this is, childcare program, correct?
Well, it's basically, it's an alternative to foster care. It's a safe families. We've had a regular contributions going to them from the county, and we work with them with our HHS Behavioral Health and Lutheran Community Services and the CCO. So they do have those other funding options. Great program, but I just don't see us
Yeah.
having it this year.
I agree with one exception. NREC, we gave them 6,000 last year, and I don't know if that 6K is still there and this 20 is on top of that, or if we need to request 6K, which I'm okay with reducing from 20 down to 6. NREC, line 3, last year we gave them 6,000 from general fund. Before their funding was coming through OSU.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we ended up pulling it last year because OSU cut that funding.
Mhm.
And then we ended up funding it through our general fund, 6K last year. I would request that we at least just keep it at the 6K this year.
Yeah, and that was a one-time
That was a one-time 6,000, not an allocation.
And that's
of
why it's on here
6,000.
again. Okay.
Yes. So it's well within if you can do an amount like that if you wanted to.
ARPA?
Sure. That'd be great.
Maybe you could explain to the budget committee why this is so important.
Yes, so NREC, it's the Northwest Research Center for the OSU Extension Center, and they do a lot of different variety test trials or programs for farms or farming activities. The biggest thing that comes out of there are the new varieties. So Christmas trees, blueberries, our hazelnut industry is huge, and they're working on actually right now 2 new hazelnut varieties that are blight resistant. And when I say blight resistant, not the old blight, there's a new strain of blight that's actually coming out and taking hold in our orchards now, and they're working on now new strains that'll be resistant to that. So that's one of the bigger things coming out of there. They got greenhouses over, this is over, if you're not familiar, it's over in the Aurora area. They have their own little research center plot over there.
Where's
They
that?
got Christmas trees and they got a whole bunch of different rows of olives planted, blueberries, a bunch of different varieties of apple trees, pears, cherries. There's groups that come in there every year to take cuttings off of the grapevines that are in there. And then they'll go make new grapevines from them. So it's a pretty good program. I'd say just the fact that the hazelnut program is more than worth this $6,000 of us putting into it.
I agree.
So
I think it's directly related to economic development. Do we want to use video lottery?
sure, ARPA or video lottery, I'm okay with either.
How do you, oh, okay. All right.
It was economic development last year, or
Okay.
this current year.
Oh,
okay.
it was. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Aren't those things supported by OSU and Department of Ag?
They pulled their
were.
funding for that program.
So last year they pulled the funding and we ended up not completely backfilling, but we gave them 6,000 from our, from straight
Mhm.
from you.
Yeah, because I mean, that affects more than the county.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah, in fact,
bigger than the state. I mean,
yep.
they're
This is a,
growing blight, the first generation of blight resistant hazelnuts in South America now.
Mhm.
You know, so. And it's interesting how it migrates so fast,
Hmm,
technology. But it
So-
was all done here at OSU.
Yeah,
So are you proposing the $6,500 from video lottery?
6,000 from video lottery would be just fine.
Oh, okay. We gave him 6,500 last year.
Really?
At least that's what's in their letter.
I don't think that's right. I will stand corrected though.
$6,500.
I stand corrected and I make a motion that we, out of the community requests, we fund line 3 OSU NREC for $6,500.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Johnston, seconded by Commissioner Sterrett. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? None. Motion passes. Denny is absent.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge the community requests and the programs that we have. Some of them are just incredible. Lutheran Community Services, we all know how much of a mess the foster care system is in this state, and the services that they provide are just phenomenal. You know, and obviously, Fire Chief Thomas, you know, it's not lost on us that there's significant community needs for that department out there. But I do agree that given the position that we're in this year, we just don't have the money to pull from for funding these. It's nice when you have it. I mean, over the past 3 years have given, is it $11 million in ARPA funding to nonprofits, community-based programs, cities. I think the county allocation of ARPA was 10. We held back 10 for revenue replacement, something like that. Is it more?
Most of it, yeah, because water sewer infrastructure was like 6.8
6.
million. Some of the other, the broadband will be like $1 million. Childcare is 2.2. So most of the
Yeah.
funds, I just off the top of my head, and then some of the business grants and the infrastructure, I would say, more than half of the county's allocation went out to
Run out the
outside.
door to these organizations. So it feels really good to partner and when you have the money, we just obviously are at the end of that pot of money, and you know, we're looking internally at some pretty tough choices. So
Agreed.
But historically, the counties beyond and before ARPA was
Mhm.
giving community grants, some substantial grants to the mission, to Provoking Hope,
right.
to Safe Families, to the Nerd Herd, anybody who came before us, Aries, you know, and CERT. So
Yeah.
it's really too bad we don't have that, but hopefully we'll be able to figure out other ways to backfill it.
So I can make sure we're clear on the record, and what we're recording. There's consensus. You approved the NREC, but all the other community requests, there's consensus that there's not going to be any action taken on those. So essentially,
I don't think I voted on that yet.
No, we didn't.
or was there an actual motion on the table for that?
Well, let's see. So
The
no,
motion
it
was-
was just discussion.
Okay.
We voted on NREC.
Yes.
We voted on
and
NREC, so we can pull that off. So let's,
That
we
was
can either
65
have
for me.
discussion or somebody can make a motion to, if there's general agreement that that's the only community request that we fund, that there's a motion that we do not fund the balance of the community requests.
So I just want to say, you know, I listen to a lot of these people give testimony as far as what they wanted, and I was moved by some of it, and I was really looking forward to giving money to a couple of these groups. I think that they're worthwhile, but the facts are the facts, and we only have what we have. And I'm in agreement that we should not move forward with any of them.
Motion?
Got a motion?
This is a motion. So we're going to not move forward on any of the other 5, I believe it is 4 items on here,
Community requests.
community requests.
Motion made by Jason, seconded by Greg. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes.
Do we need to do the reclass one by one?
You don't, you can do them as
Okay.
a batch if you would like.
So up next, we have our personal requests.
Chair, I move that we approve the reclassification requests as a group.
Second,
We have a motion by Commissioner Bershauer, a second by Commissioner Starrett. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay, so ARPA is pretty much the only pot of money that we kind of didn't spend down. Is that it's just something the board wants to tackle in subsequent meetings? Okay. I'm
Yeah.
fine with that.
It's
Yeah,
fully
I've-
appropriated.
And
Yeah.
I think the main discussion that we were bringing back was the aerial flights for the assessor's
Mhm.
office for the balance of that.
and perhaps what we can do with using some of that for Homeward Bound.
Repaying some more.
I don't know if we can repay a grant, but perhaps towards the shelter and I don't know. That's a discussion.
Okay, so we've made it through the deliberation list. The next thing is for to close. You can read my handwriting.
I think I can get it. So we're at our final stages of our budget committee meeting. I make a motion that we move approval of the fiscal year 24-25 Yamhill County budget as amended and set the tax rate at 2.5775 per $1,000 of assessed value.
I second it.
It's been moved by Commissioner Johnston, seconded by Jason. Is there any further discussion?
That tax rate has not changed in 26
6
years, correct?
Fantastic. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And we can adjourn now?
Well,
Or
so just
Final thoughts?
really quickly, I again want to thank the budget committee members and everyone. I know this is a long process that we go through, 3 days, lots of information. And thank you, Denny, for, while you're up in the air, for all your work again. I know this is a lot to come in, especially Greg, welcome.
Well, it wouldn't be possible to participate without all the work that everybody put in, because the budget was very concise, well-written, and I spent the weekend reading through it, so I really, it kind of opened the door. Otherwise, I would have just been sitting here like a bump on the log.
Well, appreciate that. And so this is, again, this is one of our most important functions that we have here at the county, because again, like I said before, if we don't have a budget, we don't operate or deliver services come July 1. The next step in the process, we have a lot of work that we're going to be doing behind the scenes to get ready for the public hearing that'll be scheduled in June. There'll be a chance for public comment on the budget. And then the Board of Commissioners will consider adopting the budget also in June, prior to the end of the fiscal year.
Will we be able to have notification before that happens? I'd like to attend that since I sat here for 3 days. I'd like to see what's going on.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share that. We have all kinds of notices that we're going to be putting out, and including our budget tabloid that we publish and post, and I'll make sure, I'll send you an email letting
Thank
you know
you
when
very
that's
much.
scheduled.
Good
Thank-
job to both you and the entire team here. I was thoroughly impressed. I was not really expecting anything out of the norm, but this is very buttoned down, very, very well put together.
Thank you. Thank you guys for sitting here and thank you to our team,
Yep.
Carolina and Bailey.
will there be a chance to talk about some of the larger things going forward? You know, I mean, how do you, I'd like to sit in the audience and talk to the commissioners about some of the things that occur in the county now that I'm exposed, and ask some questions. You know, the whole transportation thing is kind of intriguing to me because it's a huge amount of money, and I guess I'm fascinated and also kind of shocked by it. It's just a whole mechanism and how much we put into it. So,
Yeah, I'm
Well-
disgusted by it, other than the fact is that so much of it comes from federal government and state.
yeah, I mean, I like the concept a lot.
Are
Just
you,
the application and the amount of money it takes to do it, it's frightening.
Yeah.
are you willing to maybe type up like a memo in review of, you know, your experience and some of those ideas? And
Sure.
that's something that we can,
You know, the
Review.
other thing I would love to participate in is some kind of brainstorming on the help me out here, Denny.
economic,
Business development
Oh,
yeah,
piece.
Yeah.
Because I just think there's, you know, even if I could just meet the person running that, it'd be interesting to talk to them, because there should be a way to leverage that to increase the revenue stream for some of these departments that are heavily dependent on the discretionary funds. You know, and if there's a way to generate more capital for them, I mean, it just frees up everything else.
Well, we can put you in touch with our economic development person who can explain how things
Okay.
work. what
Yeah,
our
because there
res-
might be so many restrictions that they can't do anything. I shocked by how much of the budget is restricted.
Yeah.
I mean, you can come in, you can talk about it, but
Right.
there's nothing you can do about it. The money comes from federal or comes from state. It's earmarked. It's tagged with, do not color outside the lines. And so
Yep.
it's just gonna do what it's gonna do. So,
Well, we appreciate your input, and anytime you want to sit down with us, we would love to hear some of your,
yeah, as
Some of
long
your
as I don't
thoughts.
create a job for myself.
we don't have any money to pay you, have you
Yeah.
noticed?
Yeah, see, I know
Yeah.
that now. Yeah,
And I don't think anything would prohibit applying for a vacant position on the YTAC committee either.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, if there's an
Tran-
interest
the
in
transit.
transit and learning more about transit and providing input, I
transit
believe there's
committee.
open seats.
they'd probably fire me pretty quick.
It's the board.
The board.
Well, I want to say, it's truly been an honor this year sitting with you guys. So, thanks for letting me be part of it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Hard decisions without a lot of money to get.
Yeah.
Every single year, I just can't get over how much you know. It's just shocking.
it's a vault of information, absolutely.
It's just shocking.
I-
Stump on these things. Well, Frank got close, but the first one who's ever gotten close. is
To what?
Stumping. But even then, it was more like deferred, let me get back to you, but mostly it's, yeah, this is how it goes.
Well, I appreciate everybody nominating me as chair. I promise to run a tighter ship next year. There will be real changes. So, and with that, we will adjourn our budget committee at, what is that, 3:13?